of our online international conference organized by Aica Turkey International Association of Art Critics, the Turkish branch of our association. So the invited speakers, the keynote speaker of this day is dear Irina Chmireva from Moscow. So she also visited us last year at the beginning of January for an international conference with a small group, Razvan Ion, dear Irina, and Shulamit Brückstein, etc. So let me.
Sorry. And then let me introduce dear Irina Chmireva to you shortly, and then we can start her talk. Irina Chmireva has a PhD degree, the leading researcher, she works for a Research Institute of Theory and History of Fine Arts, the Russian Academy of Arts, and also head guest tutor of photographic programs, High School of Human Studies and Information Technologies in Moscow. She's an artistic director and co-founder of International Festival of Photography, Fotovisa in Krasnodar region, Russia. She's a creator of photo and contemporary art exhibitions and writer. Her main book, Reviews on the History of Russian Photography, published in 2016, and her latest texts were published in the Routledge Companion for Photography and Visual Culture and the Soviet countries. So, if it's okay for you, dear Irina, you can start. Thank you. First of all, at the end, let me tell you that we would like to thank you to accept our offer to give a speech in our conference. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, dear Firat. I'm very, very honored and grateful to you and to Biral Madra for this invitation. And I had the sweetest memories about the previous visit to Istanbul to join your conference in a physical, three-dimensional space, and I hope it will continue. And this time, my talk is about pandemic and museum activity, because I'm also working as a curator in collaboration with different museum collections. And I believe this year my personal experience reflected the situation in the art field in general. That's why I decided, okay, that's time to share how I spent a year and what kind of lessons this year gave to me and maybe useful for other colleagues. When the pandemic comes to the museum, the battle for the safety of spectators with the digitech weapon and the new value of originality. When we had the first news about the pandemic through the media, we, most of us, thought, oh, that's far away. This was our world, ruled by logic and viewing the history of pandemics without seeing them as applicable for us. During that time, we were able to think logically and to compare the facts. For example, it was clear that during the medieval pandemic, frustrated artists depicted the features of those pandemics in sacred and symbolic art, like Bosch, Bruegel, masters of stone reliefs in cathedrals. Pandemics happened in the 20th century. Plague, cholera, smallpox. We even forgot these names. All the outbreaks of these diseases were quickly blocked and controlled. They were not reflected in art because the paradigm changed and the disease had no connection with God's work. They were not religious sacrifice. the contrary, the disease were given a public mark of shame. Nobody wanted to remember. Within the public opinion of the rational society of the 20th century, the pandemic was seen as a shameful echo of the past epochs. Pandemics were the ghost from the shaded past. As a result, they were not depicted in the forms of the art of high culture, being the shaded ghosts or guests. They were reflected in the subculture of comics, in horror films, even B films but C and Z, in the boulevard literature, and from there to the internet epoch's creativity, where we can measure the large numbers of representatives and followers, but have few conclusions and even fewer critics. Pulling the pandemic plots of 20th century, we created zombies, virus labs, aliens, in which the lab directors and aliens appear are enemies at first. The first period of our life under this pandemic, January, February, was characterized by logic and rational reviews of the pandemic. At that time, our self-existence and self-analyze were based on our knowledge of history and on our belief in rationality. Uh, let's uh, sorry. Let's consider this image of the first period. We were living in a minimalistic white cube of contemporary art, in which the daughter virus was unable to cross the borders of our existence. So we believed. It was almost forbidden to mention it in the connection with our own lives. It was sitting in darkness outside of the pure white cube. It sat in the dark corner of our mass subconscious, reflected in that imaginary world full of fears in which we believed sunlight would bring victory for those who left alive at sunrise. Viruses, pandemic, they were the inhabitants of the culture of night in the 20th century. They were reflected in club subculture, in black and death metal music, in punk culture, in post-drug delirium, in horrors both in literature and cinema. Not all those subjects are popular ones for academics and cultural reviewers based on the tradition of the white cube. Documentary photography was the only mediator invited to cross the border of our white cube existence with its reports from the shaded space of fears. Documentary reportage had permission to inform us about the threats. The form of documentary, both in cinema and in photography, had mutated into mockumentary during the last decades, and the border between the original and mutant was not always clear. Nevertheless, both docs and mockumentary were acceptable in White Cube. But when we review the situation of the White Cube exhibitions in pre-pandemic era, we can report that even Ebola, a serious threat for humanity, was not quite rewarded as a theme for photographic series. Ebola had a chance to cross the border of White Cube, but its depiction was too obvious for creative presentation. So that is the review of the pandemic in as depicted in the arts in the late winter of 2020. We watched the news from China. We felt empathy and expressed sympathy. Sorry, I wanted to show you a different image. Just give me a second. Okay, sorry. Can you see the Pinyao ancient city at this moment? Or,
Yep, you are seeing.
yeah, great, thank you. So we watched the news from China. We felt empathy and expressed sympathy for our Chinese colleagues, and we sent them words of support and virtual hugs and continued to plan our own lives. From the perspective of our pre-pandemic life, even 3 or 4 months with the horizon of planning looked like enough time to solve the problem. In the first month of pandemic, we continued to schedule all kinds of personal activity with exhibitions, museums, and academic events. The house of cards of that is our civilization, the kingdom of the white cube, crumbled under the pandemic's pressure in March. The news of lockdown found me in US, where I installed an exhibition at the largest photo biennial at the American continent. The next day's opening of the show was attended by dozens instead of the planned hundreds. We were upset, unable to realize that we had unwittingly arranged the feast in time of plague, as in Pushkin. Luckily, nobody had health problems afterwards. Next day, the International Portfolio Review of PhotoFest, with 50 reviewers and 20 artists from all around the world, was closed without even starting. All of us, the 50 curators from 50 countries, were the eyewitnesses to the tears in the eyes of the brave people who prepared this important event for artists and specialists, who had planned and worked for this event for 2 years and whose efforts were now for nothing. And the race had begun to get to the airport, to get tickets to leave the US before the country fully closed its borders. I was lucky. It was one of those few chances to feel good to not to be from Europe. I had an extra day to run. Sitting in Istanbul and waiting for my plane to Moscow, I enjoyed the peace of the airport as a shelter and contemplated my files and checked the Turkey cultural calendar. I reviewed what kind of collaborations, what kind of projects I can build with this country where I feel safe, here and now. Next day, drinking tea at my Moscow kitchen, I had the news that Turkey had initiated its own lockdown. Moscow did the same. No international relations, no support, no one who accepted the responsibilities coming from the force majeure. Lockdown. Sitting at home during the first 2 weeks of quarantine, sitting the second 2 weeks and the next, I was an eyewitness to the new visual pandemic folk art, internet-based, that was the sign of the victory of the subculture, low, mass culture underground forms of art against the white cube. The underground already had its aesthetic of depiction of the fierce. Underground creativity expressed its ability to exploit our expectations of the dark future. Everybody, even the citizens of the former white cube, did not feel ashamed about sharing the bitter humoresques of comics-style art during the first lockdown. We were conquered by grassroots culture because it already had a language to translate our new reality. During the first lockdown, we studied the new lessons. Governments protected their own borders and their abilities to maintain their control. That our rational, civilized way of constructing our relations with the reality had largely failed. that we needed to protect our way of life. Previously, our lifestyle had protected us. What kind of role would museums play in these new realities? During the first lockdown, we knew about virus less than we know in the late autumn. Um, we were less disciplined, we acted chaotically. Our rationality crumbled petal by petal like a wilted flower, day by day. Museums, libraries were closed. The holy internet gave us the social communication and access to museums and books. I had to open an exhibition in Museum of Moscow in late April. The show was about World War II photo archives recently discovered in the museum storage. It was about the archives of brother and sister Boris and Olga Ignatovich, and the show was named Two Faces of War. That was an exhibition that had been prepared over a year and a half. It was fascinating research, but none of us, neither the historians or art curators involved into the process, were able to realize the importance of this exhibition in our life before the lockdown. Before the spring, it was impossible to realize that the exhibition would save us. Because of their isolation policy, there were no chance to open the show in the rooms. But the museum had a plan. If the exhibition were reported in the plan for the state, and as you know, in Russia, most of the museums are state museums, with the status of the state and its budget, the show would go on. For a long time, the clumsy structure of long-term planning for museums, the heavy system of reports and control were the subject for complaints and jokes. But with lockdown, the museum plans were the great protection of stability. You have a plan, you have future. It was now great to be a part of the big machine of the museum, to have a firm schedule, deadlines, the discipline of everyday necessities. Instead of mental white cube of rationality, the practical necessities of ensuring the physical vitality of the museum was a chance for the mental salvation of the involved professionals. At the beginning of global pandemic, we heard about social distance, but we didn't know how to practically use their recommendations for the museum's rooms. We didn't know how to deal with the system of public control of epidemic protection. The public control system means that the departments of state control the activity of any cultural institutions. It's an irony of our life. We didn't know how to avoid virus, but we did know how to continue to promote art, to make educational programs. It's because of the first lockdown chaos, all the museum communications with the public moved fully to internet. Even at this image you see, it's the poster of the show, the first frame of the website. We named this transformation into web as a digital weapon. At the beginning, I can frankly say I expected much more than we had. I would like to explain why my expectations were not satisfied, and to compare the situation with online museum activity. I can say it's very look like the situation with vaccine right now. We believe it will solve the problem, but in the reality, the websites of art projects and vaccines They are very, very different. We have large number of them, but we are not sure which one will really work. We had online experience before. However, that was a different experience. We did not cover the whole activity via the internet. We did online and pre-recorded reports at international conferences. We had experience of online educational programs, landing websites of the events and virtual tours for the main exhibitions. They had existed for a few years. In addition, the growth of that part of the cultural internet had been enlarged exponentially. Luckily, we touched on all those things before pandemic. Nevertheless, in pre-pandemic era, we did not pay attention to the quality of the realization of all these new digital forms. We didn't recognize them as a new language, only as a tool and not the perfect one. While we started to use digital possibilities during the pandemic, we realized the scale of the gaps in the system. Sometimes the website will look like the online publications of the articles, sometimes as a virtual game with some images inside. Previously, we just ignored all these troubles. They were not significantly important for us curatorial for our curatorial and museum and educational activity. Digital instruments were the accompaniment, the fancy new trick to decorate the main activity. So in spring, we were standing in front of our previous mistakes of ignorance in the digital sphere. There was the question of how to transfer the exhibition from a 3D concept, which depended on the idea of free will of spectator. A 3D concept where we built the physical labyrinth with many entrances and rooms of different categories. The 3D concept for the show was also based on the idea of humans' physical and visual contact with the forms, dimensions, and lighting of the art forms. We had to recombine and to reduce the exhibition content, to change the concept from spectator to user. We had to take into account the ability of the user to perceive digital content, to consider its scale, the human psychological ability to concentrate on the screen. So we needed to edit, to cut the length of text, to reduce number of images from the original show. We had to change the narrative of the exhibition to make it straight because we had fewer instruments to guide public attention. Among most useful tools to guide the public at the show are lighting, construction and separation of information and visual blocks, text design, color of the space, etc. At first, our work looked easy with internet. To cut, to cut, and to cut. In the past, we had a concept on paper, and to transfer the concept into the physical room of the show, we had to collaborate with several specialists, designers, architects, typographists, editors, to make the expression of the exhibition ideas clear and elegant. It was the process of transfiguration driven by our imaginations. In spring 2020, we had to shift from the paper concept to the screen. Collaboration with screen designers, IT specialists, through the process of construction of the digital exhibition, it became to be clear that we were speaking in foreign languages because we expected different interactions and behaviors from our public. Most of us, we, museum and art people, belong to generations of the sensual experience of the world. We can be old and young, but we prefer to feel our eyes and with our body. The digital people, part of them are the museum public as well, but they have different relations with nature. It's light, bright, and flat as a screen. Being sensual people, we accept the concepts of art through the physical forms of their realization. We can like and dislike the piece of art so far as we can read the concept within the form of the piece and from text of our colleagues, and we accept the concept from the position of this piece of art in space. It's obvious. The light at the shadow at the show can kill a piece of art or make a new style. It's less difficult to transform the exhibition concept from a flat piece of paper onto the flat screen. Doing that, we will meet the digital generation of museum spectators. But what about all others? For example, that's the image of the digital model for the show, but we of course prefer to see the exhibition physically. Those doubts and problems we had to realize and solve on the exhibition website in 1 month. We had to transform the exhibition of historic World War II photographs into a digital installation. Of course, we dreamed to open the physical exhibition, and we were lucky to do that in 4 months later. But the new web platform in spring gave us a possibility to stream video content, to publish documents which we had in low resolution, and what might have been a problem for a high-quality presentation in the exhibition room. However, we published 1/4 of the exhibition texts and 1/10 of the catalog texts, because on the web there is a tradition of light presentations. The spring online show was okay, but was not great as the real physical show would have been. One of the most difficult decisions that I had to make as a curator was a decision of the scale of the presentation of all the scientific discoveries that came to us during the preparation of the exhibition. How to publish these on web as a website, and the second time, if and when we will have an exhibition. If there was no paper publications or room to show and confirm the decorations, how we will publish them on web at first? How to define all the materials for web first, and in the room second, publications for the show. Turning back to this experience and reviewing all the discussions and mistakes, I can report that we are still in the first period of the transformation of the exhibitions from 3D rooms onto the screen. We can discuss this. We've used VR for decades. We've provided virtual tours around shows and installed virtual 3D models of the art objects. I'm sure that there are just the first steps. 20 years ago, we were not able even to imagine that we will drive our public through apps, that we will provide extra bytes of information and will start their experiments with physical experience in virtual space using VR. Nevertheless, none of us is ready to turn away from sensual reality. Walter Benjamin, in his short history of photography, criticized the pictorial period of that time for the simulation of fine art. Benjamin was the first who stressed our attention and focus on the short period when the new tool is in process of intuitive search for its own language. We can find such situations with different arts and pastimes. The forms in design, furniture from metal replicated the wooden forms. The forms in plastic, steel replicated glass forms, etc. We had at these moments many forms of exhibitions on the web, where the design simulates our presence in sensual place. It's fake, based on poor 3D modeling programs. As a result, reviewing art in such a place, we transfer our physical recognition of the space as a fake to the perception of the digital reproduction of a piece of art as a fake art. Somehow the poor presentations of the reproductions of art as a simple online catalog with small images gives us more freedom to imagine these pieces of art. Such a poor form is more effective. We can imagine those art without the stop of the fake frame. For example, like this presentation in this show, just an image in white with more abstract, imaginative space to recognize the art in calmness. This process is close to our imagination of the protagonists of a novel published without illustrations. There is another possibility when we start to accept the screen as an imaginative space with its own language. When we will be able to construct the gallery without naive drawings of walls and floors. I believe that is the great chance to recognize screen as a white tableau on top of which we can construct the abstraction as Malevich did, a flat but imaginative projection of 3D. I would like to share a different screen with you. Just give me a second and I will continue to read and you will be able to watch this beautiful thing. One second, please. Just a second. Okay. So I hope it's going. It was an online exhibition of Russian photographer Nikolai Kulevyakin did on this abstract principle of the presentation of art of photography. What was the lesson of this spring lockdown for me? I was not satisfied with the digital exhibition. What was fully positive about that experience was time. We had more time to prepare the rooms for the sensual version of the show. We had time to correct some passages, time to review the plots deeply, time for extra attribution works, etc. The digital show was a kind of a cover for extra time for curators to make the product. The period of spring digital life taught me to value the original more deeply. The review of existing digital resources gave me a better knowledge that we digitalized a small part of our heritage. I realized how dangerous it is to equalize the digital sources and real archives and libraries. And now I'm looking with deeper voice into the process by some governments to close paper archives and libraries, right now I'm talking about Russian situation mostly, under the umbrella of social protection, because those state managers believe the most important material is already online. We never know where the next discovery is waiting for us. We can't confirm that we have gotten the best from the past already. A happy ending for the Second World War photography exhibition story. In the first days of September, we opened the room with a show. I just would like to finish this video report of the website for Nikolai Kulybyakin's exhibition, and then we'll continue to show uh, World, uh, World War II photo exhibition. Mm, I guess it's for 1 minute now. That was an interesting sample for me when the group of young designers and photographers decided to promote art photography in this very pure form of the slow motion stories where you can feel a kind of flying in space, and at the same time you can control the next image when you touch the tabs. Right now I show you the record of this presentation because this exhibition was done in a short period of time, virtually, online, but with the dates of the opening and finish for the exhibition. And that I feel very pleasant for the public because it gave us still the known feeling of the cultural events when they have the schedule, when we can join, when we uh, can be together with pieces of art. And the texts were the quotes from the interview with the artist, where he explained his philosophy of photography, and it was just a pleasant, short parts of the text. So, and I will go back to the museum exhibition. Give me a chance to do that. Okay. So, in the first days of September, we opened the room with a show. I don't remember any exhibition during the past 20 years when I was so delighted to touch museum pieces. The process of preparation of the physical exhibition in the pandemic year gave a new level of restrictions. Because we had to keep the social distance inside the rooms, we had to change the route for the public in the hall to make a straight driving route, linear, not like net-like or Brownian-like motion between the walls. In that moment I felt how the new restrictions drive the processes in art, not only politically, but also on a level of conceptual dialogue between piece of art and spectator. The form of physical exhibition in post-pandemic isolation has a form closer to straight web presentation. That's why I can confirm that we are in the period of transition. I can like or dislike it, but it's the knock on the museum door. Out of our white cube, we not only have the virus, but new restrictions. The requests from screen users and AI and VR technologies, they need art content to incorporate into the digital body of the future. And as a kind of happy end from the last 2 months, in October, we decided to open the edition of International Festival of Photography Photovisa, but online, because the pandemic situation in Russia is very serious, and of course the borders closed, and we were not able to have international shows and guests. So we provided a program online in Zoom, in Facebook, Instagram, and the results we had on YouTube. And from this activity, I have a very good lesson for me from this year. The lesson what really satisfied me very much. We had enormously large group of followers of our public artist talks. We understand that the meetings with the curators, with the academics in the field of photography, the dialogues with photographers had real listeners. And these events were able to make so successful because we had an exchange of ideas. For example, that's a work between Russian and Brazilian photographers, a part of new collaboration online with the images of everyday life through these months. And I understand that during these months of blockade, of isolation, people start to have the real joy from the talks. And the art is one of the best topics for the deep conversation. That's why even if we will spend few extra months in isolation, I believe art will be a form for our not only the entertainment, but the real life, our spiritual life of this pandemic time. Thank you very much for your staying with me, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Irina. This inspiring speech by you. Is there any question, dear attendees, or from panelists? Also, you can use the question and answer button or chat part of the Zoom application.
So I will be happy to stay the next session, and if anybody will have questions to me, I will be happy to answer later.
Yeah. So it's gonna be great. So if you stay with us, maybe you can answer the questions after that session. Thank you very much, Irina, for your presentation, for your speech for us. So maybe we can continue to realize the next session, Özdemir.
The next session will start in 30 minutes, so we can make a break.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for all the attendees, and thank you very much, Irina, again. Uh, let's see on the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So it's 2:30. I think we can slowly begin. Başlayalım mı arkadaşlar?
Hello, Marcus.
Hello, Paul.
Hey.
Okay. I'm going to start recording on my computer. I guess the host is recording as well. So let us begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's first panel of Aica Turkey's International Conference. My name is Markus Graf, and I will moderate the following sessions. Today we will have 5 presentations by Paul O'Kane, Deborah Schulz, İpek Yensu, Alper Raif İpek, and Ecem Arslanay. And the topics will circle around and touch upon gallery exhibitions, art fairs, the Web Biennial, virtual exhibitions in general, as well as the Istanbul Design Biennial. We will have time until 4:10, and afterwards we will have our discussion time. So I would like you to write any comments and questions to our panelists into the chat section of the program. And in the end of our panels between 4:10 and 20 to 5, we will have our discussion. We will start the first panel right away with Paul O'Kane, who is a London-based artist, writer, and lecturer on art history and art writing in various art colleges, including Central St. Martin's, Chelsea, and Middlesex. And the presentation is entitled, "Did I See Cow Phi at Serpentine Gallery?" I did not, Paul, so I'm very curious and looking forward to hear your opinions and your thoughts. Would you please start?
Okay, thank you, Marcus. And thank you to Firat and Aica Turkey for allowing me to come and speak today. I put the fullest version of my title into the title of my paper into the chat box there. The full title should read, "Did I see Xiao Fei's exhibition at the Serpentine Gallery? Etiolated Art and Life in a Time of Virus and the Virtual." I'm not going to use any pictures. I'm hoping that my words will conjure the pictures you need to understand what I'm talking about. On my paper, I think it's a little bit brief. It's a bit shorter than usual, but moderators usually like that. We may have more time for questions. Okay. So, did I see Xiao Fei's exhibition at Serpentine Gallery in August 2020? For months, the lockdown had resigned me to accepting that no exhibitions were accessible. I turned my aesthetic judgments in the direction of trees passed on my daily walks, or trainers in the virtual shop windows of online stores. Art was effectively suspended. This had tragic consequences for many who toil, strive, and pin fragile hopes on the arts as their profession. My own landlady, dependent on the theatre, saw her income go off a cliff in a matter of days as the pandemic ripped up the schedules of every performing art and artist, along with those of all who depend on them. As a result, the apartment in which I write is up for sale. From my desk by the window, I can see the sign outside the property. It causes turmoil, upsets my security, disturbs my routines, and induces anxiety. Though relatively unscathed, I become one more victim of the virus, as my concentration flits nervously between the task at hand and estate agents' websites. Following the most dreadful, in the full sense of the word, weeks of the first lockdown, when we were visited by an invisible evil, blighting and cursing the very air, some ease and respite eventually arrived. We loosened our rigorous hygienic regimes and gingerly ventured out and about. Thus, one sunny August afternoon, I found myself perambulating the promenade of Hyde Park, London's Serpentine Lake, wearing a new pair of trainers and dodging the goose guano. The park, usually packed on a day like this, was enhanced by a drastic reduction in the number of fellow promenaders. If my gait was brisk, it was because I had to arrive at the Serpentine Gallery in time for a slot, one of the many new words and acts that have become ubiquitous in the time of COVID-19. Checked in by a masked assistant, I covered my own face, sanitized, and entered the gallery. In the first space, I met a historical reconstruction of a Chinese theatre foyer, replete with what might have been a cinema's ticket office and reception. Two small side rooms contained further architectural reconstructions. These called on me to use my phone to access their full content. But as my crude device is too archaic for apps and scans, I took in what I could with my own seasoned sensory apparatus. The simulacral scenarios here were reminiscent of those once encountered in Mike Nelson's Coral Reef from 2000. Only, rather than a vaguely disturbing collective memory shaken up by Nelson's eerie exactitude, Xiao Fei appeared to invoke a more specific place and time, somewhere in not too distant Chinese cultural history. This artful use of history, while possibly tinged with nostalgia, also left an untimely aftertaste that brought unbidden to mind my personal passion for the movie Platform, directed by Jia Zhangke in 2000. There, a Chinese theatre group quietly negotiates historic shifts in culture taking place during the 1980s. But those shifts occur just beyond the frame of the movie, just over the horizon of the protagonist's perceptions. Cultural change creeps in nevertheless, in taste and style, evidenced by cigarettes, permed hair, flares, and pop, along with newly emerging subjectivities. The large central space of the Serpentine Gallery was curtained off, and an usher dressed in livery, contrived to match the simulated environments, guided me through into the blacked out space where a video was running. To seat me a meter or two away from other members of the audience. An earlier intuition that this show must have been radically reconceived for this post-lockdown period now seemed more justified, confirmed. In the dark, in our masks, in barely repressed existential fear of each other's presence and proximity, we watched a Xiao Fei video titled Nova in 2019. I imagined that in the original plan for this show, the artist might have reconstructed more completely the old cinema or theatre referred to at the entrance. Perhaps here using aged, tightly packed chairs for the screening. Now we had an unusually well-spaced audience on modern seating, watching a high-tech screen hung rakishly across the room. The video itself was quite lavish in its production values. Its slightly esoteric narrative spanned long periods of time and generations of a family, now occupying some futural dystopia, then reaching back into the 20th century. The tale, carried along by a father and son relationship, was hard to follow, but the orientating locus regularly defaulted to was the changing fortunes of that same theatre, cinema, sometime dance hall or disco, whose very own memories pervaded and underpinned the piece as a whole, perhaps serving as a metaphor of modern China itself. About 45 minutes after I had begun viewing, the video reached a happy conclusion in which all the characters were rescued from disparate times and places and united in a jubilant, dreamlike beach scene. Many recent artist videos, I've noted, despite being critical artworks, provide an elated ending with upbeat music. I prepared to endure the credits, wait for the media player to loop, and then watch the first part of the video, which I found on inquiring was 109 minutes long. However, having answered this query, the usher then urged me to leave, stating that, for reasons of health and hygiene, my slot must be maintained as a strictly 1-hour visit. I had used up my time, despite only seeing half the movie and a third of the show. Feeling slightly crestfallen and disempowered, I hurried through one remaining room, barely taking in some vitrines packed with playful dioramas, but was again moved quickly on to the final, given a strict order imposed by a one-way traffic regime, room of the show. Here the artist had provided yet another retroactive gesture, showing several video works, including the popular Whose Utopia from 2006, that have brought Xiao Fei to the attention of an international audience in recent years. Bright daylight would normally flood this sumptuously fenestrated space, but sophisticated filters added to the glass panes intended to render the room crepuscular and therefore better suited to video viewing. Nevertheless, and again for reasons of health and hygiene, a smiling assistant held an exit door wide open, allowing fresh air and bright daylight to flood in, while politely, symbolically inviting me to leave as soon as possible. Thus, I left Xiao Fei's exhibition wondering whether I had seen it. However, it seemed important to evaluate and, if possible, affirm the changed values, routines, and scenarios I had encountered. I began to consider what all this might promise or threaten for art, artists, and galleries in the years to come. In J.L. Austin's well-thumbed theory of performative language, he refers to the concept of etiolation, meaning the draining of power from an act, subject, or object, an unhealthy reduction in vigor and status. As I retraced my steps through the park, admiring the lake and the trees, I felt as though the show, the gallery, and the artist might have been etiolated by the impact of the virus on our gallery going experience. Slotting and queuing, masking and sanitizing, distancing, rushing and ushering, as well as several possible changes made to the original plans for the exhibition, may have stripped myself and the rest of the audience of a more sumptuous or full-blooded experience. Furthermore, we were denied a certain habitual sense of sovereignty, according to which a member of an art audience tends to enjoy a certain freedom of movement and a corresponding sense of empowerment that implicitly encourages respect for our own time and space, our own ways and means of viewing and judging art. When this is rendered subservient to the primary imperative to attend to hygiene and health, the usual roles and relationships involved in visiting an art exhibition are fundamentally transformed. This, in turn, made clearer the ways in which etiolation has come to influence our lives, societies, and economies more roundly, not just as an effect of the virus, but as an inevitable ramification of the reign of the virtual, by means of which we have recently maintained contact and transactions despite the virus, but in a diminished manner that might leave us feeling culturally etiolated and robbed of reality. Did I see Chiao Fei's exhibition at Serpentine Gallery? Not as or as much as I had expected. Nevertheless, by the time I reached home, I found myself mysteriously energized with a force that I realized could only be that of the art itself. Now it seemed to me that even if we only get to see one show in a year, and even if that experience is etiolated by special circumstance, art can still succeed in promoting possibility, providing an individual and a society with a welcome and necessary injection of hope and belief to guide us through the most disorienting of times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Kane. You outlined very well the effects and the impact of the lockdown on your private and professional life. And obviously, because of the COVID-19 disaster, we developed a new form of exhibition visiting. Now we arrange our visits according to time slots and visiting slots. And I think that you underlined something and exposed something that is at the core of the conference. You called it very beautifully the reign of the virtual. For the last 2 days, we have discussed the new forms of exhibition experiences in the reign of the virtual to a very intensive extent. And in the end of your talk, you underlined that you still believe that there is the function of art in the context of creating hope and belief. So later on in the discussion, section, I hope that we will discuss this further. In general, we can say that all the panelists in our section today will discuss the new reign of the virtual and especially the new form of exhibition experiences and exhibition making, curatorial practice, and a new form of interaction between audiences and artworks in the context of virtual realities and virtual exhibition visits. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Kane. And also thank you very much for staying inside your slot in your time frame. That makes it all much easier. And as you said, I hope that in the end we will use this time for further discussion. Thank you very much. Our next panelist is Ms. Deborah Schulz. She is an art historian who focuses on historiography, photography, and the representation of memory in the 20th century and contemporary art at Regent's University in London. Mrs. Schulz, would you please start? Your presentation is entitled "The Role of Online Viewing Rooms at Art Fairs." Thank you very much.
Hello, and thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be able to participate in this conference. I have a PowerPoint, so I'll share my screen and hopefully it will be clear. Okay.
Yes, it's on.
Okay, great. Yes, so I'm going to focus on how art fairs have been affected by this reign of the virtual, and especially the role of online viewing rooms. So looking at how art fairs and galleries exhibiting at art fairs have found new ways of operating. So for some time, the huge and ever increasing number of fairs taking place annually has been an issue. Globalization and the expansion of the contemporary art market have led to a huge increase in art fairs over the last 20 years. And you see on the screen a map giving some indication. This was actually designed in 2016, so there will be some increases since then. Over the last 20 years, together with the growth of fair fatigue on the part of collectors and curators constantly flying around the world, with environmental considerations now starting to be addressed more urgently, the sustainability of so many fairs has been under discussion. So on this slide, you see approximate number of fairs as they were before COVID-19 hit. Here you see a graph with the increase of biennials, but we can find comparable data for fairs. The art fair is known for being an industry notorious for its resistance to innovate. In-person meetings, getting to know the client or dealer have always been central to art world interactions, while seeing works at first hand is also considered fundamental. By contrast, e-commerce has been perceived as something for the wider market and lower priced works. How could you buy art at the click of a button in the same way as your weekly grocery shop? Nevertheless, many acknowledged that greater use of online resources was going to happen. And in this sense, the pandemic has simply speeded up the inevitable. Although it's worth noting that there's a great difference between planned developments and which take place gradually and those that happen in a crisis. So you see on your screen a booth from TIFAF. COVID-19 started to affect the art world most visibly during TIFAF, which takes place annually in Maastricht in the Netherlands. Despite other high-profile events already being cancelled, so this was in early March, and the spread of COVID-19 increasing already across Europe, the fair went ahead, although an article in the New York Times observed TIFAF art fair carries on, but business isn't usual. Attendance was down by about 29%, and a number of cases emerged at the fair, which then closed 4 days early. The marble-lined booth of furniture dealer Christophe de Crentin functions as a succinct sign for this most prestigious of fairs. a museum quality display, the result of an incredible amount of effort and commitment on the part of the dealer as well as the fair, but on display for only a very limited amount of time. The dealer, who's based in Paris and London, spent around 300,000 euros lining his booth with 8.5 tons of exotic marble in a design inspired by the floor of the chapel at the Chateau de Versailles. So it's a slightly extreme example, but it's not unique in this kind of fair. So is this kind of event sustainable? Aside from the environmental issues and the strain the fair puts on dealers and collectors, many galleries, especially middle-ranking galleries, cannot afford the expense of fairs, as well as their own bricks and mortar spaces. Nevertheless, when the fair went online, it's reported that an undisclosed American museum felt confident enough to reserve, on the basis of digital photographs, a sumptuously veneered late 17th century bureau priced at 300,000 euros from the dealer Christophe de Quentin. So by selling just that one bureau, he was able to pay off the cost of the booth, while the effect of the booth continues. I'm citing it here, and it's an example which I'm sure will continue to be cited in the coming years. Since TIFAF, the majority of fairs worldwide have taken place online. But how can galleries create such impressive displays online? Can an online viewing room have the same impact? You see an immediate contrast here, typical online viewing room where you see the work in a sort of very simple virtual space. The technology for the online viewing room was first used by David Zwerner in 2017, with Gagosian following in 2018. Art Basel had already been developing this new digital initiative, but as an additional platform to its fairs. At the time of Art Basel Hong Kong, many works were already on their way to Hong Kong. So this additional space was fast-tracked to become the only platform for that fair. So for Art Basel Hong Kong, the online viewing rooms were free of charge to exhibitors, roughly 90% of whom chose to take place. Very simple spaces were provided in which galleries could upload works for sale with a zoom-in option to view works in greater detail. Some galleries added links to their own online viewing rooms where they could provide more content. Each gallery was able to present up to 10 works, and these could be changed during the fair. This soon became an advantage, as galleries could replace works or do a complete rehang if works sold quickly, something that would not be possible at an actual fair. Regarding prices, galleries were told that either an exact price or a price range had to be displayed for all works on show. The usual lack of transparency was immediately obvious that it was going to be difficult to maintain online. Although recent data argues in favor of the lucrativeness of public pricing and conversely the financial disadvantages of informational asymmetry, many galleries retain their tried and tested methods. Often a price range is given, which may be as broad as between, for example, 500,000 and $1 million, American dollars. And you'll see that for this Rauschenberg, the price was simply over $1 million American dollars. Often a contact for price button has been provided. A number of galleries have, however, recognized the value of more visible pricing, especially in attracting new and often younger collectors. With the online viewing rooms, dealers soon recognized the technical specifications had to be top-notch, from access to the site to the quality of the JPEGs. Everything about the experience had to be as high quality as at an actual fair or in a commercial gallery. Dealers recognized that sales would be stronger where buyers were already familiar with the artist's work, raising concern among some commentators that those artists already well known would continue to do well, while sales of works by lesser known artists may well suffer. Expectations from galleries for Art Basel Hong Kong were modest. Tadeusz Ropak Gallery commented, "We didn't have huge expectations given the crisis, and we didn't exhibit our most expensive works. But more importantly, it's a platform that is keeping us connected with the art community." And this was, very much the initial aim, whether at fairs or galleries in general, keeping that contact with collectors, with viewers, which often took the form of opening closed doors, albeit within a virtual space. Many galleries launched Zoom tours of artist studios or interviewed curators at home during the early days of lockdown in March and April. A method also adopted for some fairs. So this is Listen Gallery, a tour, a virtual walkthrough of their Art Basel Hong Kong booth, as well as making films available online. And initially the films were existing films that the galleries had. You'll see that here, this is actually a film from 2017 with Shiraza Hushari. Nevertheless, I'll talk a little bit more about films in a minute, but it was quickly realized that films were a great way of maintaining this contact. Navigation continued to be one of the biggest issues which fairs aim to improve. As one commentator asked, "Where do you start with online viewing rooms and where do you finish without a marked up map, at least partly determining the order of gallery visits?" She concluded, "Too much clicking, too little stimulation." So these were some of the initial responses back in March and April. And now I'm going to turn to the ways in which, some of the main ways in which galleries sought to overcome these difficulties. First one was what I've called less is more. Many commentators mentioned how overwhelmed they were, not just in terms of the difficulty of navigating the sites, but there was just too much content, but perhaps not quite the right content. So for Art Basel in June, David Sperner Gallery's online viewing rooms was titled, you see here, 15 Rooms, a carefully curated group exhibition, which the gallery described as of 15 definitive works by the gallery's artists and estates. It wasn't clear exactly why those works or by those artists were on display. There wasn't a particular connection between them, but scrolling through the artist pages, the content was a mixture of photographs of the artists, photographs of their works, quotes from the artists, writings on their works. On the Carol Bove pages, for example, still shots were presented alongside slow-moving films, gradually scanning across the works, alongside an installation shot from a group exhibition, giving a sense of scale of her works. Art Basel also started giving its fairs more specific focus, although I would also point out that it started running additional fairs, so some online-only fairs, which it would not normally have run. So in September, Art Basel launched Online Viewing Room 2020, which comprised only works produced this year. There were only 100 galleries showing 6 works each. As one commentator mentioned, fair organizers have fast learned that the art is in the edit with online viewing rooms. Less is more in the era of digital bombardment. And individual galleries also reduced their offerings. So for TFAF New York, in early November, the Didona Gallery in New York offered just one work. This Wilhelm Hammershøi painting was the only work that it offered for sale, and it sold for around $5 million American dollars. It was very beautifully presented. There was a short film. You see on the right-hand side an image of the the work in a sort of domestic space. And of course, the work itself was very intelligently chosen for the current climate, a cozy interior. It's quite a small scale work. And the film very convincingly argued the way in which the work was significant in relation to comparable works on the same kind of subject, but also argued its place in the history of modernism more broadly. And I never really seen that kind of film used so widely before. So the quality was there in the film, in the marketing, obviously in the work. It's an extremely beautiful work. This less is more approach was something then that we find across the fairs, but also in terms of individual galleries' offerings. But scale was also something which galleries embraced. So Paste Gallery took advantage of the lack of scale boundaries to offer for sale and to effectively highlight and promote some works which it never could have sold at fairs. So you see the way in which the scale of the virtual can also make new things available. Just keep an eye on the time. Of course, virtual reality also came into its own. Vortic it seems to be the medium of choice, with an app enabling what here you see installation shots that galleries have put together, so that you're able to see works effectively in group shows. Well, augmented reality through the Vortic app enables you to effectively position works within your own domestic space. So many galleries really embrace these technological tools, which again would have been kind of backup, but which now started to take center stage. Some fairs tried to do something. Frieze has been described this year as almost Frieze. 154 African Art Fair actually did take place at Somerset House. Frieze sculpture took place, albeit in quite a small version in Regent's Park. I think only 12 works were on display. Well, a number of galleries rented temporary spaces on Cork Street. Those of you who know the art gallery geography of London may remember Cork Street as the sort of center of the art world until about the 1980s, when a lot of redevelopment took place. Galleries moved east and south. In recent years, galleries have been moving back to the West End, recognizing that people like to walk from one gallery to another. And for Frieze, Cook Street really came into its own, as there are a lot of empty properties on the street which have been redeveloped but have not been taken up. Frieze had its headquarters at Claridge's Hotel in easy walking distance. So galleries like Listen, which are a little bit outside the centre, rented a space. Frieze also rented a space for live events. Content is something which, of course, really developed. An example from Lehman Malpin Gallery, where films of the artist Catherine Opie traveling around the United States, producing photographs. You see the photographs which are for sale alongside existing photographs, alongside the artist speaking about her work, and so on. So website design in recent years has, of course, been extremely useful. And providing that intimacy that I mentioned earlier, visits to artist studios, getting a sense of all the sort of behind the scenes working processes, a number of films showing artists studios as well as artists producing the works. So that kind of intimacy and that sense that the galleries as well are very much artist centered has had the effect of sort of diverting attention away from the more commercial side of the art world to a real focus on the production of works of art. Scrolling through those pages, where you see the artist's working, the artist's studio. So using online resources to give that kind of behind the scenes access. And other galleries, Casmin Gallery for Frieze Masters, was able to put together a very interesting, more historical online viewing room where works for sale were presented alongside a lot of historic content around the dealer and patron William Copley. So you see installation shots from the 50s and 60s, personal photographs, and of course many of those works were for sale. And finally, live events. So the Thai artist Rikit Tiravania also for the Art Basel online viewing room 2020 worked with the Berlin Gallery for a live event. So over the course of 4 days, the gallery live streamed the artist working in the gallery space, live stream, 24/7, assistants producing t-shirts with the slogan, Morgen ist die Frage, tomorrow is the question. This actually is a slogan which the artist has used for a number of years, but which of course is particularly relevant at the moment. I guess my time has probably pretty much ended. So just to sum up, the question remains, are there limits to online viewing rooms? Have these limits been reached already? Responses overall are mixed. Some collectors, of course, prefer to buy works they have seen, although one commented that he has bought a number of works online, shifting his buying habits. He said, it's mostly worked out very well, although I have to say there have been a couple of works that I wouldn't have bought if I'd seen them live first. It's worth paying for that plane ticket. But a new generation of collectors has responded well to online offerings, albeit on the whole with price limits. It remains to be seen if these limits will increase substantially over the coming months or years. While many galleries and collectors appreciate the amount of time and energy saved from not traveling, everyone misses the in-person meetings and viewings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schulz. You outlined very well, on the one hand, the fact or the effect of the globalization of the globalization of the art scene and its market. And as you said, we have a vast and very quickly increasing number of art fairs around the world. The same is valid for auctions and biennials all over the world. Just one thing came to my mind: the auction turnover for contemporary art changed from $92 million in 2000 to nearly $2 billion in 2019. So we see that the art market increased, and in parallel, obviously, the art fairs increased as well. And less is more. I liked that slogan very much. This is something most probably that we can discuss later on, because you expose the pros and cons of this less is more and of this reign of virtual art fairs and viewing rooms. Thank you very much. We will continue with İpek Yensu. She is an arts manager who worked for various art institutions in Istanbul, as well as curator and art writer. She is the current curator of this year's Web Biennial, and her presentation is entitled Web Biennial 2020, Epirion, a Case Study. Buyurun.
Thank you, Marcus. It's great to see you all, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. So I'm going to share my screen. I have a presentation. I'm not sure if you see it, but can you confirm, Marcus?
Yes, yes, perfect.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. So I will be talking about our experience with the Web Biennial Apiron 2020, an online event, as I will be explaining in a minute. So, founded by artist and theoretician Genco Gülen in 2003, the Web Biennial organized its 7th edition in 2020 as a response to the global conditions created by the pandemic and after a 6-year intermission since its last edition in 2014. This paper summarizes the strategies and challenges associated with organizing an independent art event on World Wide Web, with a particular focus on the Web Biennial 2020 Apiron based on its curator's individual experience. It begins with an overview of the event's history and mission, followed by a discussion of this edition's main theme, curatorial framework, organizational structure, and project timeline. It summarizes the challenges encountered and shares the insights obtained from the process. In Gülen's words, the biennial was born as, quote, the result of 8 years of art and research, end of quote. Throughout the 1990s, that were the heydays of the net art movement, Gülen participated in and collaborated with various net art projects, such as Urinome's Gambit, Chaos in Action, which inspired him to organize an online event of his own. In 1997, he decided to create the Istanbul Contemporary Art Museum as a virtual platform, hosting a wide array of online events. He organized the first online exhibition titled Reload, Net Art Open in 2002, which may also be regarded as the Web Biennial's unofficial kickoff. Not fully pleased with the project's final outcome, Gülen continued to further develop his ideas by participating in other net art events, among which the Irish Museum of Modern Art.com was particularly interesting to him with its open concept and the simple portal design. The biennial's first 6 editions took place in 2003, 5, 7, 10, 12, and 14. In 2011, the exhibition Regeneration 011 Web Biennial, taking place at Plato Sanat, brought together a selection of the artists from the first 4 editions. Curated by Marcus Graf, the exhibition aimed at translocation of net artworks from the virtual space of the Web Biennial to the real one of Plato Sanat. In 2012, Gülen decided to organize the 5th edition titled Occupy Content in collaboration with Dimitris Fotiu, Daphne Dragona, and Matthias Frisch, with teams from Istanbul, Berlin, and Athens. After the 6th edition in 2014, Gülen had an unsuccessful try at organizing the 7th edition in 2017, at which point he decided to take a break. For he observed that new media were swiftly changing form, and that they were not able to adapt themselves to it in terms of format or theme. With the pandemic's outbreak, however, Gülen decided to revive the event since the stay-home movement reminded us of the existence and indispensability of the internet environment as a medium, and he asked the author of this study to create the biennial's 7th edition. In its earlier editions, the Web Biennial relied on an open exhibition model. Participation was open to anyone who submitted an artwork, the authenticity of which could be proven by using meta tags. And it did not have a curator or a selection committee moderating its content. In Gülen's words, today, curatorship in general is about networking and navigating among institutions. However, Web Biennial exists as a network of artists and as an online navigation model itself. As the structure of the Web Biennial enables an open model enables Web Biennial to exist on the World Wide Web. This bidirectional relationship creates a unique model and an alternative existence, end of quote. Moreover, the open call remained active throughout the year, and new artworks continued to be added into the network throughout the event's duration. Earlier editions were also presented in a database format with links taking the visitor to the original file locations, building a decentralized structure distributed all over the internet. In fact, Gülen places this model within the context of the new era where the whole many-to-many communication process is decentralized, dematerialized, deterritorialized, and run by different people. The 6th and 7th editions differ from the earlier ones with their selection and presentation approach. The 6th edition, created by Sinan Erener and structured as a website, was supported with graphic design elements facilitating navigation. The 7th edition has an even more centralized structure, with some artworks being hosted directly on the biennial's homepage. The content, on the other hand, is presented with a more conventional navigation format. Evidently, the event's mission has also gone through changes as a response to the changes in the world of art, technology, and communication. Earlier editions took place during a period in which the so-called new media art practices had a more avant-garde spirit and were relatively more independent from art market dynamics. Smartphone technology was not as fully developed, and social media monopolies like Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram were newly born. In such an environment, the internet still offered the artists ample ground for experimentation, not only in terms of artistic expression, but also for building alternative communication and collaboration networks. Recently, new media art has become increasingly integrated into the contemporary art sphere, and some of its subgenres became more dependent on corporate support at various levels. This, in turn, made an online event like the Web Biennial less relevant until the lockdown asked us to investigate once more the Internet's potential to generate alternative channels of artistic dialogue and solidarity. The following section examines the 7th edition in detail. Main theme and curatorial framework. In May 2020, the Web Biennial released an international open call for its 7th edition and announced its main theme as Apiron, a concept coined by Anaximander, the pre-Socratic philosopher from Turkey's Aegean region. Meaning both infinite and indefinite, Apiron is at the origin of everything and in constant motion, from which the opposites come into being. The term's double meaning resonates with the pandemic's complex emotional texture. In the curator's words, it's indeed a source of overwhelming anxiety, but it can also be heard as an urgent call for new ways of thinking about and relating to the world that could open up new horizons for a more sustainable future for humanity. Furthermore, the idea of the opposites making existence possible and Apiron's constant shift from one form into another is reminiscent of the binary opposition in the digital medium and its fluid nature. This metaphor, along with the term's existing references, offered the curator a broad conceptual framework and allowed her to address a great variety of artistic approaches. The final list of participants is composed of 62 artists, either invited by the curator or selected from the applications received in response to the open call. The group is extremely heterogeneous, both in terms of geographic origin and career profile, which was possible thanks to the event's online and independent nature. The artworks are loosely categorized under 4 thematic galleries, namely the experience, the experiment, the survey, and the action, each referring to one of media art's defining characteristics. A medium-based taxonomy was avoided on purpose, for it risked producing reductionist and techno-fetishistic references. As the curator explains, the works in the experience manifest a wide range of digital storytelling approaches involving alternative aesthetic and narrative vocabularies, whereas the experiment contains those works either based on a generative approach or presented as the output of an artistic experiment. The survey presents the works based on data collection and processing aimed either at describing, understanding, or tracking a phenomena, while the action features those works necessitating the viewer's intervention to reach completion. The biennial team, composed of volunteers, initially featured the founder and the web designer, with 3 additional members occasionally consulted regarding technical and operational matters. The curator joined the team in late April, along with a social media manager, who took over the event's Instagram account and began to produce content under the curator's supervision starting from midway. While the curator conducted research and handled artist relations, the founder and the web designer worked on building the website on wix.com. The last week of May marked the biennial's opening ceremony and online public events, such as Zoom seminars, Instagram live talks, and workshops featuring artists both from inside and outside of the biennial. Meanwhile, some technical difficulties emerged around the website, and its opening was postponed from June 1st to June 10th for adjustments related to content, layout, and scale. Some technical glitches continued to persist even after the website's delayed launch. By early July, BILSEV, or the Association for Culture and Education of Science and Art, offered their voluntary services for website development and collaborated with the curator on solving the remainder of technical issues. The website was optimized for viewing on multiple platforms, and it was relaunched in mid-September with its mobile-friendly version. The talk program on Zoom and Instagram featuring the biennial artists also continued, the majority of which were recorded and published on the biennial's YouTube account. These events' key objective was to familiarize the audience with the contemporary art practices involving World Wide Web and digital technology, making the artist's oeuvre more accessible to the general public and building an open archive of the artist's own testimonies for future reference. Challenges encountered. The biggest challenge faced by the biennial team was technical, and more specifically, the website's development and maintenance. The organization did not have sponsors or external funding sources and relied exclusively on voluntary work, which helped it remain independent and flexible. However, this also brought about a lack of budget for technical support. The founder tried to generate additional funds by opening a gift shop on the event's website, where he marketed his custom-made t-shirt line, but it was not a financial success. As the custom web design module offered by Wix.com was a beta version, it had inner complexities that only a professional web developer could solve, which became a time and energy-consuming source of distress for the team and the participants until BILSEV stepped in with their free-of-charge services. This experience illustrated that for the next edition, the team would have to choose between switching to a simpler design, like the earlier database format, without the need for technical support, or exploring alternative funding models and hiring a professional web developer from the project's beginning. The second challenge was about the international visibility and press relations, again partly due to the lack of a PR budget. Throughout the summer, the founder and the curator worked together on developing press relations, and significant local online press coverage was obtained in the form of interviews. However, their efforts did not produce a similar turnover outside of Turkey, despite the high number of international participants and events organized for English-speaking audiences. This was partly due to the lack of a PR budget that could support the endeavor with occasional Google and Instagram ads. Why the artists' enthusiasm and solidarity that developed around the event did not translate into international media coverage, on the other hand, is another question that requires further investigation. The third and final challenge is related to the event's ephemerality. The previous editions survive as websites archived under the domain webbiennial.org, but the majority of the links to the featured artworks have already become obsolete, or the artworks themselves died several years ago. This was already anticipated and accepted by the founder as part of the nature of web-based artistic experiments. Nevertheless, if the biennial intends to leave its imprint in the history of web-based art as an online exhibition model, and the witness to the artistic practices of the pandemic era, the team should already begin to reflect upon the potential documentation and archiving strategies that could preserve the 7th edition's content in more accuracy and detail. Insights and conclusions. Reviving an online art event like the Web Biennial during a global pandemic and witnessing the artistic solidarity emerging around it, transcending boundaries, has been extremely motivating for all the involved parties. Familiarizing the public with various forms of web-based and digital artistic practices during a period in which we are forced to think about alternative forms of online communication and collaboration was a timely endeavor. The event presented under the same roof a selection of artists that would hardly come side by side within a physical and/or institutional context, and thus offered a democratic exhibition model independent of the established hierarchies within the global art scene. The event's online nature also bypassed the financial and logistic difficulties associated with the organization of physical exhibitions. In short, quite ironically, the growing social distance during the days of lockdown brought the world's artistic community closer together. However, the event also produced some valuable insights regarding funding and planning. Prepared within an outstandingly short period of time as an emergency response to the pandemic, despite its ambitious scale, the biennial suffered from technical shortcomings, and this underlined the importance of the correlation between the financial and infrastructural decisions, balancing the trade-off between independence and technical sophistication. Furthermore, although artist solidarity was achieved in terms of participation, it was not reflected in the event's visibility, an issue that needs to be better understood for the success of the future editions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, İpek, for your presentation. Thank you very much for the critical review of the Web Biennial, which is, as you said, an independent avant-garde project in a way, started by Genco Gülenbek nearly 20 years ago. And I found it very interesting because in your presentation, like in Ms. Schulz's presentation, we could also understand the pandemic as a chance. Ms. Schulz underlined that due to the virtual screening rooms, we would have new presentation forms in the context of new forms and urgent needs for arts e-commerce. And you underlined very well that while we in previous talks and panels often understood the virtual space, internet and virtual reality as a space or a new space for arts mediation, education and curatorial work and sharing, obviously the Web Biennial, in contrast, understands the internet as appropriate space for creating, producing and sharing art. So therefore, I think that the Web Biennial, especially in the pandemic, can function as an appropriate model for, you know, curatorial practice, biennials and exhibitions. At the same time, I found it very interesting that you also underlined and revealed the challenges and the problems that you experienced along the way. And here, just like in many of the previous talks, the technical problems were most probably the most challenging difficulties to overcome. We heard about the technical problems in previous panels. So this is something that we have to solve. And here we will see how art and engineering or IT, the IT sector, will melt together for creating more functional and better platforms for the production and mediation of art. Thank you very much, İpek.
Thank you.
We will come now to the next panel. Mr. Alper Raif İpek will present a talk entitled A Strange Concept Arising in the COVID-19 Pandemic, Sanal Sergi, Virtual Exhibitions. Alper Raif İpek is a graphic artist, a printmaker and lecturer at Başkent University in Ankara. Before you start, let me remind all of you, all the participants and all the viewers around the world, if you have questions and comments, please write them into the chat section so that I can forward them later on to our panelists. Mr. Alper Raif İpek, buyurunuz, please start.
It's a great honor to be in here and welcome. Best wishes to all who had a difficult time due to COVID-19 and my condolences to all who lost their loved ones. Before I start, this presentation is only about naming, describing, and technology of an exhibition type that's arising in the COVID-19 pandemic. The examples to be given are not intended to either confirm or disprove the exhibition's concepts, organization, or organizer. I think every effort for art is priceless. Coronavirus disease was accepted as a pandemic by the World Health Organization at the beginning of 2020, and With harsh measures such as quarantine and restrictions, it's imprisoned the people in their homes in the 21st century by detaching them from their freedom, even from their routines. It will be impossible for art not to be affected by such a period when production came to halt and the economy slowed down. Museums and galleries had to close temporarily due to quarantines and lockdowns. There were many artistic projects that were paused, uncertain, or postponed to a late date or cancelled. Some studies showed that artists were among the groups most affected by the pandemic. But in this pessimistic picture, a little spark could make people smile. People who were locked down in their homes started to make music from their balconies. Some museums and galleries were opened their doors with free virtual tours. Art, as always, finding its ways. In that time, suddenly in Turkey, especially in social media, sanal sergi invites, organizations, dates began to appear. At its beginning, it looked like a temporary form of an online activity with navy recipes to breathe into the art that had contracted during the pandemic days. So what was it really? At this point, the English translation of the sanal sergi can come to mind as a virtual exhibition. In Turkish, virtual translation is used especially in technological usage. For instance, virtual realm or virtual reality. But in English, virtual means being such an instance of or effect thought not formally recognized or admitted and begin on or simulated on a computer or computer network. In Turkish, sanal means it has no place in reality, but is convicted in mind, conceptual, imaginary, hypothetical, and estimated. Obviously, by giving such a name, the original simulation situation or a computer-aided display style is emphasized. So there's a virtual reality exhibition reference. It will be useful to remember the virtuality continuum before looking at the examples. In the continuum of virtuality, reality has been structured in a wide variety from real environment to virtual environment. The structures between real environment and the virtual environment are named as augmented reality and augmented virtuality. The whole continuum is covered by mixed reality. Reality. A wide variety of definitions are made for reality, which is a difficult to explain concept that can prove itself with its own existence. Reality is what exists conceptually and objectively, while defining the presence as presence without any theoretical fiction or in the past or in the future. It is current, factual, concrete, and fictional. The executive, artificial, imaginary, and the opposite of the fantasy explains that it can exist substantially and objectively, independent from perception and memory. In order for a work of art to be interpreted, it must first be perceived. It is described as a transformation of really perceived by sense organs into information in the mind. That is the process of the defining the perceived reality. Perception and reality are related. For instance, when we visit a museum or a gallery without the aid of a device, such as a tablet or headphone or smartphone, we actually perceive it with the whole sensory system from seeing to touch. By the way, don't touch the artworks. Augmented reality, AR. Augmented reality carries the artificial data over the real environment. Augmented reality is the interaction of computer-aided created data with the visual, auditory, tactical, smell senses, and the augmentation of reality, include the sensory processing somatosystem and experience with perceptions. Augmented reality is experienced through applications installed on smartphones and tablet devices or through transparent glass such as Google Glass. For instance, one of the most recent artistic augmented reality application is London Mastaba AR by Christian Jean-Claude with the London Mastaba AR application. Visitors to London's Hyde Park from July can experience large-scale public artworks in the exact virtual replica of the physical statue placed in the London Mastaba AR 2018. Let me share. I would like. As you can see here, with the help of a phone and the application, visitors can see Mastaba on their phone by the real place. Virtual reality VR creates a new artificial environment independent of the physical environment. Visual reality is a computer-aided created digital environment that can be experienced and interacted as if it were real. Despite this, divers completely have the perception that the experience is not real. This virtual environment can be completely recreated or created by transferring the image of an existing space. Virtuality can be experienced mostly on computer screens or virtual headset glasses. For instance, let me share again. A gallery from Ankara scanned real image visual experience, as you can hear with tracked and you know, we walk through gallery and show artworks. This is a scan, and this is a fully computer generated gallery of universities.
Sorry, Alper, you do not share your screen currently.
Sorry.
No, don't worry.
Okay.
Okay.
Again, yes. This is a gallery's scanned image and real photos, of course. We can track it and visit through the the works. This is a VR. We can also see it in computer, or we can see it with headsets. And here, another one. This is a computer-generated virtual gallery. Also, we can track works. These are examples for virtual reality. Mixed reality includes all of the realities, from augmented reality to virtual reality, from the real environment to the virtual environment. Mixed reality includes the continuity between video enhanced graphics and video enhanced with graphics. Mixed reality uses headset glasses. Physical movement in the real environment finds its response in virtual environment as well. The divers act in an immersive virtual environment. There is a new, let's share. One of the good examples, Pera Museum's Osman Hamdi's Kaplumbağa Terbiyecisi Mixed Reality Tour. In this animated world, diver or visitors can do some things and walk around to Osman Hamdi's studio. So this is how reality is using in art displaying. I would like to show you some sanal sergi examples. This will tell you how desperate the situation is. This is a gallery, also like a website or a catalog, exhibition catalog, like just like clicking, and it's pop up. This is it. This is a sanal sergi. And one more example. Another example is it's from a. Sorry, am I not sharing?
No, right now we only see the thumbnail pictures. Yes.
Yes, and this is a sanal sergi too. You download the catalog and you got the sanal sergi or video from attaching the works side by side, and this is the video and sanal sergi. No, there is no interactive way or a user experience also, just photos. While landing, it is difficult to get the exact outcome of an intervention to a living organism language. Although there may be confusion in the acquisition of concepts, their contents must be filled in fully. There are also organizations that use the term online exhibition instead of the virtual exhibition. However, there is no different approach in the form of application. The pandemic process has undoubtedly made life difficult. The virtual exhibitions or online exhibitions offers an easy, inexpensive, risk-free solution at this point. For this reason, it has been a savior for many activities that have been prepared before or have been restricted again due to the second wave. At the same time, it has become a new media for academics who need to show academic performance when the galleries were closed. The virtual exhibitions, which is temporary solution during the pandemic process, continues even though the quarantine and lockdowns are over. While the situation leads to an exhibition inflation, it becomes a bypass for many events that cannot be exhibited in the real galleries. Even this direct route becomes preferable. Most of the exhibitions are for display only. The period when the art was displayed to show wealth in museum is far behind. Art is no longer something that only appeals to see of sight and pleasure. The roles of the artist and the visitors have changed considerably. For example, Pisoletto rolled his globe into the gallery with audience. Gonzalez Torres fed his candies, and even Banksy destroyed his work. Digital exhibitions in the form of an exhibition catalog will be insufficient for work that stimulate almost every sense with the sense of sight. Is there a possibility that the real exhibition will be replaced by the virtual exhibition with the pandemic, and maybe its disappearance will be replaced by the simulacra? Can a virtual replace the real one? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ipek. Also, you focused on the impact of the lockdown on our art scene, and as you said, I mean, the immediate result was the canceling of exhibitions and fairs and the delaying of many projects. In the art market, we saw that the COVID already had a devastating impact. Currently, we have just 1/3 of the previous volume of the previous years. I personally, as curator, had to postpone 3 exhibitions in 2020. They are not canceled; they are all postponed. So we will see what the future holds. I found it very interesting that you said that art always finds new ways. And at the beginning of your presentations, you discussed the interconnection between real, factual, physical reality and augmented virtual reality. And in this context, you discussed the triangle between senses, perception, and reality. And obviously, at the end of your presentation, you outlined and you underlined the 3 different exhibition methods that we have, the exhibitions that have been taken place in real spaces and then carried into virtual spaces, or exhibitions that have been created in virtual spaces, in virtual reality. And the third example would be the most classic one, in a catalog-like, portfolio-like display manner, where there is no real interactivity between the space and the audience. And I found it interesting that you especially understood these virtual exhibitions as a savior for the art scene, also not only for the galleries, but also very beneficial for academic research. And in a way, this kind of placelessness, mekansızlık, this kind of placelessness actually opens up new possibilities. And this is something that we have discussed for the last 2 days. And I think that in the near future, we will be able to use this placelessness character of contemporary art and arts management in a much better sense. Thank you very much, Mr. Ipek.
Thank you.
We will come now to the last participant, Ecem Arslanay. She is an interior architect, writer, and lecturer at Bilgi University here in Istanbul. And her presentation is entitled, "In Coping with COVID-19, what can we learn from the 5th Istanbul Design Biennial?" Buyurunuz. Teşekkürler.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh.
It's coming. Yes. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So the COVID-19 pandemic has brought into question the future of the arts and culture sector with the postponements of many events. With the rise of the second wave, great uncertainty hangs over the global ecosystem of art. Still, there are some institutions and organizations that refuse the safe reflexes to postpone or cancel. Culture industries can benefit a lot from these bold entities that assume the responsibility to carry out their shows in the most extraordinary conditions. Organized by the Istanbul Foundation for Culture and Arts and opened on 15th of October this year, the 5th Istanbul Design Biennial is one of those shows, created by Mariana Pastana and titled Empathy Revisited, Designs for More Than One. The biennial raises a critical discussion about relocating the human and the non-human. With the rise of the pandemic, the conversation seems more vital than ever, which is one of the main reasons why the show was actualized as planned. Yet another significant reason to carry it out was to give courage and to raise faith in the future. In this presentation, I will try to interpret the possible survival strategies of the 5th Istanbul Design Biennial with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic. Although we can learn quite a lot from the content presented in coping with the pandemic, in this presentation, I will only talk about the display and engagement strategies of the biennial. While doing this, I will try to compare the biennial with the contemporary biennials who have refused to postpone their shows. One of the biennials which has a similar time span to the Istanbul Design Biennial is the 12th edition of Taipei Biennial, titled "You and I Don't Live on the Same Planet." As understood from the name, it also tackles the ecological crisis and has a powerful curatorial team. Art biennials were testing grounds. Now they are being tested. Considering the existential crisis the art world is facing right now, this is a very relevant quote from Siddhartha Mittar's article. The year 2017 was so fertile in the international art events that it was nicknamed Artmageddon. Today, there are 270 global biennials listed in the Biennial Foundation's directory, but due to the pandemic, there are at least 20 major biennials postponed to next year, and considering the uncertainty of the crisis, even these postponements seem optimistic to some. Moreover, it looks like these accumulated delays will cause a knock-on effect on 2021, so some events further their postponements to 20, 2022, but it will be a huge year considering that both Venice Biennale and the Queen Chronicle Documenta exhibition will take place. Still, postponing to 2022 has its own advantages. For instance, the artistic directors of the Lyon Biennale state that it will be important to let some time pass and to leave some distance in order to create a response that is not only confined by a sense of immediate urgency, but will rather have a much broader and long-term impact in a meaningful way. They're also optimistic about sourcing their funding. So this outline is my interpretation of the display and engagement strategies that the Istanbul Biennial might have adapted. I believe that it presents a blend of different strategies. I will start by talking about their digitalization gesture, which is mainly about their online program titled The Critical Cooking Show. Before talking about the ways in which the fifth Istanbul Design Biennial is digitalized, I would like to provide a general framework of digitalization in the arts and culture sector. In its white paper on breaking out of the COVID-19 crisis, the European Creative Business Network has pointed out that digitalization is the only way to prevent the collapse of the cultural and creative industries. And in the past 2 decades, museums and cultural organizations have embraced the so-called digital revolution, and terms such as digital sustainability have become a part of their vocabulary. Digitalization of museum collections has now become a common practice for most museums and art galleries all over the world. And according to the very recent study of Markela Sichla, the traffic on websites that implement schemes allowing for virtual presentation of exhibits has skyrocketed during the pandemic. As an example, the British Museum saw its online traffic increase by 120% as compared to the previous year. And this has led to the museum's managers to the decision to upload on the internet 300,000 additional images so as to further increase the museum online traffic. This has also offered visitors the possibility to see and observe details in high resolution. Going back to talking about biennials, I would like to point out the existence of an online biennial initiated in 2013. It's called Biennale Online, and it's the first known online biennial. It was conceptualized in the USA, and its creators list did accommodate some international figures with prominent roles in the global art agenda. Looking at its message, we can see a focus on the concepts of democratization and accessibility, challenging the conventions of art as an elite pastime confined to the affluent. I also think that the engagement of disadvantaged groups in the interpretation of these cultural products can open up new horizons in their meaning-making processes. Some still argue that accessibility may not be enough to generate a democratic interpretation of these works. Just because it's globally and ubiquitously accessible, it does not mean that it will automatically promote high engagement motivation in people. However, there's a large literature showing the psychological benefits of engaging in the arts. According to a very recent and comprehensive study that evaluates over 3,000 studies on the topic, arts participation can trigger physiological, biological, and social responses that are causally linked to a range of health outcomes. Numerous studies have shown the negative psychological effects of the pandemic. However, there is currently little research on if and how home-based arts engagement during the pandemic helped in the regulation of emotions, and how this varied depending on type of arts activity and by personal characteristics. We were lucky yesterday to have listened to one of these studies by Hakan Yaman. Going back to my focus on the strategies of art events, I want to indicate that the main reason why the Yokohama Triennale was not postponed was due to a faith in its therapeutic potential. The curators indicate that when people have been through an intense experience where anxieties around mortality and what life means become foregrounded, people turn to art. And I should also indicate that the 2011 edition of the Triennale was soon after the Fukushima nuclear disaster, and it was actually well attended. Going back to my focus, I should also highlight that Denizova, the director of the biennial, has said that they were working to open in the 15th of October to get out of this fatigue, this loneliness, and to trigger the courage to do things again, to be faithful in the future. This was what she said to me in the interview that we conducted in August, and I really thought that it was an empowering perspective, and I wanted to get more into it, and I found myself making an analysis of it in this conference. Digitalization for online engagements has been a common strategy of the arts and culture events that have been actualized during the pandemic. In order to establish a safe audience experience, Yokohama Triennale offered an active and regularly updated section called Episodo X, where the artists present short videos that annotate or extend their work. Similarly, Istanbul Design Biennial offers a digital program titled The Critical Cooking Show. As understood from its name, it holds a series of critical reflections about our relationship to food, which affects people's lives exuberantly. It is composed of films, lectures, and performances that reimagine the kitchen as a space central to design thinking and production. A new video is uploaded each week from 18th October until March 2021. They're also available for streaming on YouTube page of Aica. Cooking shows are popular television formats featuring food preparation, often involving celebrity chefs and personalities, usually highly produced. During the 2020 quarantine, people turned to social media as a space to share recipes and ideas more informally from the intimacy of their own kitchens. So the Critical Cooking Show was inspired by the richness of this evolving genre, and it offers a diverse range of styles and tones. Posted in the 22nd of October, the project titled Nature is Healing is the latest video on the channel, and it's the one that speaks directly to the COVID-19 pandemic because the protagonist experiences the early days of social distancing in New York City and flees to the countryside during the spring of 2020 and documents her failed attempts at self-sufficiency. Food and its production have been an important part of the latest editions of the Istanbul Design Biennial, and with this one, it seems more prominent than ever. When I asked the creator, Mariana Pestana, about the reason of this, she said that food is probably the most direct way to tackle the climate crisis. In order for us to keep living harmoniously in this planet, we will have to do radical changes to our life. Today's agri-industrial complex is very problematic. The extractivist relationship with landscape, soil, and water is not sustainable. Food is also very interesting in terms of design and thinking because it operates at immense scales. When you talk about food, you talk about eating what is on your plate, but you also talk about all the landscapes that have been implicated in the making of that dish. Also about the plate, the gestures, the communality of eating together, the social encounter. Design relates with food in many ways. The topic of food is also a Trojan horse in the sense that it is inviting and can be used to initiate conversations on more complex themes. After all, everyone knows about food and everyone is welcome to a conversation about it. So being a very universal theme, I think that the content of food resonates with the democratization ideal of the digitalized form of the show. And most projects were chosen from the open call for the kitchen program, which was initially designed as a physical program. It was digitalized to adapt the pandemic conditions. So I think one of the biggest strengths of the biennial is its adaptive resiliency. What leads me to this assumption is again a comment by Denizova. In the interview, she said, we have 3.5 months left. In the past, we would be in panic thinking that it's a very short period of time. Now we have learned through this pandemic that 3.5 months is actually a very long time. Indeed, in that very short period of time, they made some new adjustments. For instance, in the interview, they did not mention the existence of a physical indoor exhibition, but now the biennial hosts a small display of 2 installations in Pera Museum. Before talking about these installations, I want to talk about a similar tactic adopted by the 34th Sao Paulo Biennial. The chief curator also acknowledged that prospects for the biennial were fluid and that the program would be partly improvised. Also, as understood from its title, which is Though It's Dark, Still I Sing, it resonates the therapeutic role that I have previously mentioned. Uh, Going back to Istanbul Design Biennial and its 2 indoor installations, this one is titled Networks of Trust, and it's a multimedia installation that also accommodates a TV screen that displays a video about short stories on the possible futures of the Aegean and Mediterranean Sea in terms of population, movement, technology, and the climate emergency. The other installation is called The Map of Empathic Society, and it invites the audience to step into its map of regional lines that are based on extraterrestrial meteorological weather flows. Of course, these indoor displays do not provide the pre-COVID-19 physical encounters that we used to have. They prohibit crowding to protect public health. Only a very limited amount of people are allowed in the galleries to make sure that there is social distancing, which in a way has become the hallmark of good citizenship. I think that this blended model of online and physical display is very positive because one of the main reasons why biennials were postponed is due to the faith in the physicality of the encounter, which cannot happen in limited international transport networks and large-scale social restrictions. I took the phrase physicality of the encounter from Fatih Şustek, who is the former director of the Liverpool Biennial. She adds that it would be strange to only access different contexts, cultures, and ways of being through the screen. Another challenge that the restrictions in international transport networks has caused is the mounting of site-specific installations without the on-hand supervision of overseas artists and designers. I think working with rather immaterial mediums may be another survival strategy of the Istanbul Design Biennial. What I mean by immaterial mediums is basically film and mostly two-dimensional outputs of research projects. Along with 2 installations, Para Museum hosts a film program titled Empathy Sessions, a selection of works that expand the notion of empathy. So along with the digital cooking show that is completely online, there's this screening program held by Para Museum. The background photo is from the project titled Hammam, which is a virtual reality experience that takes place in an imaginary hammam. Another format that worked good in the pandemic conjuncture is the library format. Firstly, the works that are displayed are mostly two-dimensional outputs of research projects. They are mostly graphic or verbal works that are easily transportable. Secondly, the protocol of visiting a library is very suitable to the pandemic conjuncture because the control of visitors, the protocol of booking, and even wearing specific garments was already embedded in the special experience of a library. A library is also a space where you can spend a lot of time and grow deeper engagements with works. You cannot view a project quickly and walk past it. So this is what the creator Mariana Pestana told me in our interview. Briefly, the Library of Land and Sea is an educational space that invites visitors to rethink the concept of the Mediterranean through interrogating our relationship with land and sea. It contains a collection of research projects that map and build new tools and reflections for social, economic, and environmental resilience in the region. Well, overall, the local context of the biennial is very high, and I have observed that providing a strong local context is a common gesture of all the events actualized in the time of the pandemic, rather than splash international unions. Both the Yokohama Triennale and the uh, Sao Paulo Biennale acted as more homespun and smaller scale event that geared towards a local audience. Similarly, Manifesta 2013 put forward a scaled-down version in Marseille, and Manifesta's founder told Artnet News that the wandering model of the biennale, which is held in a different city each edition, makes them easily adapt to the uncertainty of current climate. She said that rather than organizing exhibitions for international visitors, Manifesta's focus has gradually shifted to supporting existing local initiatives for urban and social transformation processes. Uh, well, Manifesta is not concerned with being an international player, maybe, but most biennials are, especially the Istanbul Design Biennial. So the concerns of Istanbul Design Biennial in getting more local is also related to their ecological consciousness. As a creator of the Solo Polo Biennale indicates, everyone knows they are supposed to travel less and be local, not just in art, but in everything. What Mariana Pestana says is that a biennale without travel and transport can be more ecological, mostly locally produced. It can become generative rather than showing existing works, a chance for new projects to be developed. This biennale includes more of the local context to include more agents in the conversations that we are starting here in the city. Also, in my interview with her, I asked about this local context, which I found to be very strong compared to the past years. And I also mentioned Emre Aralat's critical statements that the Biennale's relation with the city of Istanbul is not as strong as it used to be. As the co-creator of the first biennial, he stated this in the biennial's podcast series, where the past contributors look back on previous editions, which I think is a very nice gesture of the biennial team. So Emre Aralat added that it is a common tendency in biennials in general. I think Denizova's reply to this statement and her questioning of the concept local is valuable. She said, I really question what local means, since today mostly people are global citizens and a local problem is also a global problem. If you push the button here, you always obviously are influencing what's happening on the other side of the world. It is very important to understand locality in a global context. Then we can see some of the projects differently. Well, I think that the COVID-19 crisis can really be a testing ground for biennials, especially regarding the discussion of locality. Every biennial is context specific to a city and its history and culture, but biennials were also thought to be cosmopolitan, attracting thousands of people around a contemplative theme that aims to make sense of the world. But in the current condition of the world, this is not possible. And even if it was, we would still be discussing, due to ecological concerns, to what extent it should be realized and how it may contradict with what Siddhartha Mittal names as the cross-fertilizing impulse of the biennials. Daphne Ayaz, who is one of the two artistic directors of the 13th edition of the Gwangju Biennale, which has been postponed to February 2021, indicates that a biennial brings an amalgamation of world perspective, different practices, ways of seeing and being that cannot be compromised. And regarding locality, she says that foreigners have a function to connect locals to locals, noting that some Korean artists that they have selected for Gwangju are little known in their own country. Talking about the locality of the Istanbul Design Biennial, I should also mention the Young Creators Group, which is based in Istanbul. They work on building relations between the projects and the designers and promote an exchange of knowledge between the local and the global. None of the past editions had a local curatorial group, and I think it's important. One last thing to mention regarding locality is that biennials engage more local and national artists also to reduce costs. For example, Sao Paulo and Shanghai have complex customs rules and high taxes. Going back to my outline, I should also talk about how the biennial went public, which is via public interventions. Titled as New Civic Rituals, these interventions rehearse new kinds of encounters hosted by specific community groups and sites. From communal cooking to gardens and playgrounds, these projects have a restorative function, providing experiences of being together, reconnecting, and caring for the city and its multiple inhabitants. They generate encounters across scales and bodies amongst people, but also birds, stars, plants, and microbes. The project is titled as Public Devices for Therapy, and it has been mounted at the very beginning of the biennial, whereas there are other projects which will be installed in the next months. This one is titled Büyükada Songlines, a floating garden project to travel across Istanbul's Princess Islands while hosting people and animals, events and conversations. It will take place in the spring, which is a long way from today, and who knows what will happen in the COVID-19 front. Which brings me to the last strategy of the biennial, which is dividing up the biennial into episodes. Before talking about the Istanbul Design Biennial, I want to show other examples to this gesture, which I interpret to be a strategy in coping with COVID-19. The 13th edition of the Shanghai Biennial, which is inspired by post-human feminist phenomenology of Asrida Neymanis, will operate as a 8-month in crescendo project unfolding in 3 phases. Also, the Asia Society Triennial in New York City is showcasing art in 2 installments. They say that the hope is that this slow food approach will enable a more contemplative encounter with the art rather than oversaturated spectacles of most other biennials, triennials. One last strategy to mention might be social media. Yesterday, we have listened to an inspirational study by Melike and Raul Kubler on how social media helped museums to survive the COVID-19 lockdown. Well, I don't have a detailed quantitative analysis about the biennial's social media activity, but I can highlight one novel gesture that they have initiated with the release of this last edition, and that's the Instagram filters, where augmented reality is used. So in conclusion, in a global catastrophe unfolding on a daily basis for an indefinite period of time, I think it's important to pursue the dialogue. And in this presentation, I tried to understand the ways in which Istanbul Design Biennial achieved that. The reason why I chose this biennial specifically was due to its accessibility for me. That's all I want to deliver, and thank you for listening. Sorry for my fast presentation. I had too many things that I had to tell, so I had to talk in a very fast way. Thank you.
No, don't worry. Thank you very much. Time and organization management was well done. Thank you very much, Ms. Arslanay. In your presentation, the interconnection between the digital revolution and the democratization of art was very interesting. Maybe this is something that we can talk about later. The summarizing of the Istanbul Design Biennial actually, and especially the quote by Deniz Ova, the director, that the Istanbul Design Biennial should take place despite the crisis and against all odds, was actually, I believe, a very important statement. And the execution of the actual Istanbul Design Biennial underlined actually the physical importance of the physical encounter with the arts. I find it very interesting that you underlined that in COVID-19, all of a sudden we have some kind of change of the perception of time, because 3.5 months is now considered as a long period of time, whereas it was before, considered as nothing. Also, you presented surviving strategies of large-scale exhibitions were very enlightening, and you presented scaling down in terms of size as well as media would be a surviving strategy, focusing on less artists, on a local focus, and on film and photos, for instance, and especially the local, or the return to the local, as you called it, plus the the establishment of library strategies were presented by you as surviving strategies of the scaling down. And I found this very interesting, and maybe other curators will incorporate this in their future curatorial work. Plus, obviously, return to local means ecological awareness, plus an awareness of the sustainability of the exhibition. This is something that you exposed very well, plus the public intervention and engagement in virtual or real place was considered something very important by you. Thank you very much. Yes, that would be actually currently all. We have now a bit time for questions and comments. I was very pleased with all the presentations. I personally learned a lot, so thank you very much, Paul, Deborah, Ipek, Alper, and Ecem. There is no question in the chat, which leaves me the possibility to raise some questions to you guys. My first question would go to Paul. Paul, you said that you only visited one exhibition, and even this one exhibition you could only visit halfway through. So this would raise the question whether you could experience and visit other exhibitions virtually, or whether you were like, no, that's not my cup of tea. And in this sense, how would you, as somebody who obviously didn't visit exhibitions outside of your home, what was the experience during the COVID-19 in terms of virtual reality exhibition space visits?
Oh yeah, thank you. I guess it's true that I don't kind of get into kind of culture of online gallery visiting. Still kind of finding a kind of some kind of distancing problem that I'm not experiencing what I really want to experience by looking at a gallery online. Of course, all the presentations today and yesterday show just how important that has been and how increasingly important it's going to be. But I still find myself, sort of more interested in a way in the problems of the real space and the possibility of them continuing even in difficult times, using more and more knowledgeable strategies about how to do it safely, and I think that in a way they throw out for me, I don't know, they throw out sort of in more interesting questions or something, like the idea of a major institution in which a tiny trickle of people pass through where there used to be thousands and thousands. I'm fascinated by those transformations that are taking place, and that's what I was trying to articulate in the paper, if you see what I mean.
As far as I remember, yesterday during one of the presentations where one of the presentators showed his virtual exhibition space that he did with his students, it was a photo show. I think the presentator always excused himself for the rawness of the media and the insufficiency of the design due to technical problems and internet problems and so forth. But also Ipek today, she underlined that the major challenges were technical based. So, but you as I think you were the one, right? You said, no, actually, I like the naivety and the simplicity and the rawness of the media. Could you just deliberate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I think I'm a bit of a Dadaist at heart, and I find all art that becomes kind of very sumptuous and expensive, and art spaces that become very spectacular and blue chip, all of that kind of part of the art world, I sort of is not my cup of tea, if you like. I sort of prefer the critique of all that. And I've always loved the way that artists can make a wonderful work of art that costs 10 pence or a dollar or something just by using kind of inspired thinking. And so, yeah, I was kind of getting at that yesterday, that the presenter was showing us a virtual reality gallery where he actually found it difficult to show us around it because he still hadn't sort of mastered it, or there was interruption to the broadband or something. And he thought maybe that I was criticizing him, but in actual fact, I was just saying that I really loved that sort of that uncertainty, that sort of naivety or childlike or sort of drunkenness of these things. And a lot of virtual reality still looks like that to me. It still looks quite raw. Obviously, we saw you see some of them that look incredibly sumptuous and super realistic, you know, hyper real and everything. But yeah, I was interested in sort of affirming the naivety, affirming the infantilization of the image by the virtualization. And yeah, sort of wondering if it opened up some kind of space we haven't really embraced yet, you know, or something.
Yes. I mean, I read somewhere that yes, in human history we are considered being the members of the modern age, but in terms of virtual reality and the information age, we are still in the Middle Ages. And I think that many of the programs that we are using, I mean, you know, my kids and my granddaughters and sons, you know, they will consider, you know, how did you survive? What did you do? I mean, it's a bit like you created a parallel to the beginning of film, which today looks very nostalgic. At the same time, I think that this gaze is the gaze of the artist, you know, embracing the medium with all its flaws and doing and making the best out of it. So that was a very interesting remark. I like that very much, Paul. Thank you very much.
It's also true that I was comparing it with our love for early cinema, where we see this kind of glitchy, jerky, sort of black and white, impoverished sort of image. But in a funny kind of way, we also sort of get the feeling that everything about cinema was present there at the beginning. In a way, it was all kind of done there and then. Right? So in a way, the most naive time can be the most sophisticated time in a way, or something like that.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Miss Schulz, are you there? Deborah?
Hi, sorry, yes.
No problem. I would like to ask you one or two questions as well. And in your presentations, when you were talking about less is more, and you were presenting one painting, which then was, you know, cleverly chosen and sold for 5 million. And on the other hand, then you showed another work which couldn't normally be shown at an art fair. It was the example of Pace Gallery, the Calder large-scale sculpture. And you underlined that the media, you know, virtual reality or the virtual presentation room gives the curator or the gallery the chance to show a work that normally couldn't be shown at a fair, right? Here, obviously, now my question was the work sold? So does it work?
Yes, I'm pretty certain, I will check, but I'm pretty certain the Calder was sold and a work by, that was why, yes, that's why I chose those particular works, that Pace displayed a number of large works. I'm pretty certain those ones were sold, but I should probably check. Definitely
no.
Hammerstoy sold, but yes, I'm pretty certain they did sell.
Because the question came to my mind. I mean, when we go to a biennial or when we go to Tate or any other museum show or large-scale exhibition of contemporary art, we see that the major works and the largest numbers of disciplines and works are, you know, video and photo and installation and three-dimensional. And when you go today to a biennial, the number of paintings is rather small. And, you know, for the last 20 years, the former center of the art world, painting, moved to the periphery. But when you go to the art fair, obviously, this, you know, balance is turned upside down, because when you go to a fair, just like the art market itself, 70% is painting. So my question in that sense would be, because you were talking about new presentation forms where you could picture the work inside of, you know, a virtual gallery or even some kind of domestic place. But it seems like that especially those virtual reality showrooms are better for two-dimensional and photographs maybe paintings, and actually not so accurate places for sculptures, because you do not have the three-dimensional and physical, you know, being of the work present. What would you say about that? Because you were talking about clever choices. So what's a clever choice for a gallery in virtual rooms?
Well, so far they focused on two-dimensional, and this has been discussed quite a bit, that it's very difficult to, I'm not even sure the technology enables display. I mean, I'm sure the technology will develop soon so that three-dimensional works will be displayed, but this has been a comment that until now, yeah, the virtual reality and augmented reality has largely offered two-dimensional works. With the pace works, I think the point was as much that the gallery was able to highlight those works which it sells, you know, whether it actually sold them or not, but ordinarily wouldn't take those works to a fair, whereas within the virtual context, it was able to sort of promote that side of the works that it deals in.
Do you have any insight or any knowledge about audience reactions? Meaning, you know, normally people go to exhibitions for gaining knowledge or for learning, but mostly, you know, people go to exhibitions to be entertained. I mean, that's, you know, that's proved by, you know, audience inquirements all over the world for the last 20 years. So art and exhibitions are part of the, you know, entertainment sector. So what about this experience and entertainment factor in these virtual fair rooms? Is it lower? Is it higher? Or how are audience reactions? Do you have any, you know, knowledge about those?
No, I think that's a good point. I mean, you find individual journalists and commentators writing about their responses, which are pretty much what you might expect, that, you know, it's convenient, you don't need to get out of your pajamas, you don't need to travel, it's better for the environment, but everyone, you know, misses that contact with other people and with the works, and misses the travel, even if they, you know, don't want to travel so much, they still miss it. So, but I have to say, I think it would be great for there to be more of a kind of ethnographic survey to collect wider data. I haven't come across that, and I think that would be really interesting to get the sense from a wider audience of, yeah, what works, what hasn't worked, not just from the expert journalists, if you like, because as you say, art fairs, especially, and biennials, you know, they attract a lot of people who don't work in the art world, who are not part of it, but just because they're such enjoyable events. So that kind of wider research would be really interesting.
And last question, do you have any numbers comparing the sales of in situ, real physical fairs, and online viewing rooms? Is there any statistic?
I mean, in general, the numbers have been much lower. But one point which I sort of just like ran out of time towards the end, but one point which has been made is that, you know, the online spaces have enabled galleries to collect a lot of data, and it will be interesting to see how that data sort of manifests itself in the future in terms of what people are looking at. Be interesting to see how that sort of filters through.
I mean, last week there was a couple from Germany, from Münster, who had a lot of numbers and, you know, from various inquiries in the context of public relation and audience development and museum and audience interactions. Thank you very much, Deborah. Yes, in the chat there is a question for Irina, which actually can be connected directly to the one that I asked Deborah. Irina, did you?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, did you research the public response to the online exhibit? So once again, the online exhibit and audience relation is asked.
You see, when we did the first online presentation of that research historical exhibition, we collected all data statistics, and it was quite interesting for us because we realized that we didn't collect such data before, and as a result, we did a lot of mistakes. And we recognize that it's very important parts of our construction of cultural strategies, especially of the promote of the exhibition, because, for example, what was one of our mistakes in that moment, the museum PR group was focused on the young generation people and on the generation of people who are interested in photography. But as a result, we had a lot of researchers from the history field, from the field of history, people who are usually not looking for photography and visual studies. And through that companions of the exhibition, we had an extremely large number of visitors from the field of, let's say, history fans. And then what was interesting for us, that first exhibition had a lot of foreign fellows, and that was also strange because it was done by Museum of Moscow, the state museum dedicated to the history and art of the city, and for a very long time people didn't count the foreign audience. And I understand that it was a kind of a gap in their strategy because they thought that the local history is not as interesting for contemporary global travelers as they imagined.
Mhm.
And for the next presentation, what we started to construct after the exhibition, we started to do more precisely based on the previous research. And I also understand that the audience of online exhibitions, especially with highly actual topics, because for Russia, the history of 20th century is still a very sensitive topic. So we need to count even the surrounded publications and the hot news in media to understand to which direction we stress our main accents of digital presentation. Luckily, in our time, it's easier to do because we can react much quicker.
Okay, thank you very much. One short question to Ipek. Ipek, in times of social distancing, curatorial work becomes highly difficult because meeting with the artist and selecting the artwork and then logistics and stuff, everything becomes highly dangerous these days. So how did you manage and how did you evaluate the new change of social distancing and artist relations as a curator?
Well, if I talk about the Web Biennial, it was already web-based. The entire process, including finding the artists, contacting them, discussing with them the options, the artworks they could propose, or the ones that I was interested in, everything just took place online, basically. But when it comes to the real world, the physical world, I personally haven't been doing much because it's too risky, and you don't want to put other people to risk either. But if I would do it, I would probably do it again in a hybrid format. I would put some of the exhibition's elements online and put some of them in the physical space so that people could have a choice. Some of them, like they did in the STEP art fair, for instance, you could visit a version of the art fair in virtual environment, but you could also see it in a physical environment. So these crossovers could be life savers, because we also cannot predict what kind of lockdowns will come in the days to come. So you just plan for normal lockdown standards, then they put other limits to the people who can access your space. So you never know. And with this kind of uncertainty, I think it's safer to have one foot on the physical and the other foot on the virtual environment.
Yes, I agree. I think that these hybrid solutions and models are developed currently, and we will see various other new models in the near future. Thank you very much, Ipek. Coming right from that, I would like to ask Alper Raif about, when we talk about exhibitions, you were talking about real exhibitions, and you were focusing on virtual exhibition models. I would like you to add, to compare, what do you think is the difference or the parallels in terms of sensual experience between real exhibitions, physical exhibitions, and virtual exhibitions? How would you evaluate the sensual experience? Alper gitti galiba.
Hayır, no.
Alper? Ha, pardon. Ha.
Buradayım.
Pardon. Because you were talking about senses, perception, and reality. So, yes. What's the difference, and what's the same? You know, what is added to, you know, the sensual experience? How would you evaluate, or is it all taking away sensual experience? What do you say?
It's a bit different. Hard to say, because my PhD is on mixed reality. One of my work, I raised that, but I like to visit real exhibitions, because perceptions is more, and sensibility is more important. All of us, when you go to a gallery, when you zoom into the artwork, you can see the paints layers, or a structure, it's close-ups. So this is different. On virtuality, you just see a one-dimension picture, and as the examples I presented, and you can only a limited zoom, and there is no sound. And I think the place and the time is a part of arts. As you know, when you visit a gallery, the lighting and the time, the shadows, all is about work. Therefore, there is no such things in virtual exhibitions. Yes, there are good exposure in this situation, this pandemic situations. It's important. It's a lot of people can visit and show the art work, but I think it's it's maybe after the real exhibition, it's shown, or together. I think not only a virtual exhibition. It's some, in Turkish, how can we say sası? Tasteless.
Okay. Yes, I agree that the psychovisual impact of the actual art experience or encounter with the arts in the actual space is always different from the virtual experience in virtual reality. But as Ecem was referring, we are experiencing a digital revolution, but we are still at the beginning of this digital revolution. We are talking about virtual space, but I think the main problem that we are facing right now is I am still across and on the other side of the virtual reality. In the future, I believe, after the screen will vanish and after I physically, with glasses, googles, and pills or whatever, after I will really be able to enter the virtual reality in a hyper reality sense, then actually the virtual reality and the factual reality will be the same, and only then the virtual exhibition might have an equal psychovisual impact. Thank you very much.
Well, there's the problem. What we call what is a virtual exhibition? We call it, as we say, there are catalogs, PDFs, or only website, or VR exhibitions. What is a virtual reality? It might be, as you say, when its technology and usage is more high, it will be good. But this point, what is a virtual reality, a virtual exhibition, is a problem. And there is a problem too. Everyone can open a virtual exhibition without a curator, without a gallery. And what is most important exhibition in this situation we agree about? I think.
Yes. Thank you very much, Alper Raif. Two questions in the chat, one for Ecem from Deborah. Deborah is wondering, to what extent did the Istanbul Design Biennial change from how it had been planned? Were the intended works displayed, and did the intended events take place, or were many works and events especially devised for the new conditions?
Well, the organization process is rather opaque, so I really don't know to what extent it has changed, but I can only make some observation. One of them is that the critical cooking show was originally physical. It was an actual kitchen where people would really gather, and it was a really physical thing. And one thing I noticed after the interview was that in August they weren't really talking about indoor exhibitions, but when the Biennale program was declared, I noticed that there was an exhibition. So I think that was another change. I'm sure there are many changes, but I really don't know to what extent.
Do you think that the digital revolution will bring up a more democratic art scene? Because this was something that you was touching upon.
Mm-hmm. It may, I think. It may. I really don't know. We have to see about that. But I was using democratization for actually for the audience. I mean, people who would not normally have access to like British museums collections had access. But I think when we had the first lockdown, people were really excited. They were really bored, and I think almost everybody, even the people who are not normally into art, really got into galleries and checked out works. But then I think people went back to their routine in terms of their interests. I mean, that's just something I noticed, but we will probably have to have more researchers in order to understand this reflex.
And especially for these researchers, a bit before I was mentioned about the researcher couple from Münster, Melike and Raoul Kübler. They have done an extensive research on that topic, so we might hear some news from them in the near future. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Paul, Deborah, Ipek, Alper, and Ecem for your presentations. We had researchers from London, Ankara, and Istanbul. And I think that as a last remark, we are talking about art in crisis. And in all of your presentations, actually, you were referring to a changed society, art in dark times, and artists are still active and opening new ways for producing, for creating art, but also for sharing art. And I think that at the beginning of the digital revolution, with the further progress of technological tools, we will, in the near future, will embrace and encounter art on new platforms. And maybe it's again art after the end of art, in a way. And I think that your presentation proved that the virtual realm is beneficial for reaching wider audiences, younger audiences. I think this could be a research topic as well, because especially those interactive virtual exhibition tours are highly attractive for the screenager generation, the people who are used to play, 3D games and virtual reality games and so forth. And I think that as an addition to the traditional gallery shows, these virtual exhibitions will give us curators, arts managers, the possibility to reach younger generations. And I believe that these platforms add speed and value to the democratization of art and its context. It will never replace the actual exhibition. I agree with Alper, because the experience is different. The psychovisual impact of the actual artwork and the actual exhibition is lower compared to the current pretty superficial and flat experience that we have across the screen. But in any case, I believe it's a valuable addition, not only for the lockdown. I believe that after the lockdown, when we will come to the new normality, we will create a new art world. And in this new art world, we will have the virtual exhibition space as a valuable addition to the concrete exhibition situation. And we will use these platforms especially for the mediation, education, and communication of art. Thank you very much for your valuable contributions. I enjoyed it a lot. I will now stop the recording, shut down the Zoom, get back to real life and real reality. I wish you all a pleasant day. I hope to see you one day in real time and in real space. Thank you very much and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Gökçe kolay gelsin.
Çok sağ ol Markus. Gerçekten yoğun bir panel olacak.
Aman tanrım, senin arkadaki kitaplığın nedir ya? Ben ilk olarak şöyle baktım, yani bu kameraya yamuk falan. İşte bak ya, hiçbir şey anlamıyoruz bu ekrandan. Süper.
Okay. İnşallah ağırlarım bir gün, kahve içmeye beklerim.
Sen neredesin? İstanbul'da mısın?
Evet, Kızıl Toprak'tayım.
Ay süper, tamam. Okey, hadi görüşmek üzere.
Görüşürüz.
Canım. Selamlar, sevgiler. Bye bye. Und viele Grüße nach Münster. Ich komme aus Hamm ursprünglich, von daher war mir Ihre Präsentation besonders angenehm. Hadi görüşmek üzere, bye bye.
Görüşürüz. Hello Jean, welcome. I think you're muted.
Yeah, it's very early in Alaska.
I know. It's a pleasure to welcome you in our session.
Oh, that's very nice. Well, it's very kind of you. Since the pandemic, my husband and I have a terrible time going to bed. We stay up watching television, and every day seems the same, right? So
unfortunately it is, yeah.
So I think I had about 2 hours of sleep, right?
Oh yeah.
No, and it was a holiday this weekend.
Yeah, Thanksgiving, yes.
Right, but we didn't go anywhere. I mean, we live in Alaska, as I will. We're from New York, Boston, New York, and we've lived here a bunch of decades because we came up here, you know, for jobs, thinking we'd stay a few years, and you know how that is, right? Right? So our children went to college, you know, back east, and then they didn't come back. So we were planning on going to Washington D.C. for Christmas, but we're not because of the, you know, well, yeah, because no one's obeying the rules. I mean, the virus is.
Yes.
So anyway, so it's very nice. Farad has been very, you know, I mean, this whole thing was very hard to put on, I'm sure. And it's been, so I've been tuning in mostly at 1 a.m. You know, for the last couple of nights, I've been tuning in it. But I went last night, I went to bed. So anyway, so are you in, are you in Istanbul?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so do you know Burku?
Yes, a very good friend of mine, Burcu,
right,
as well.
She's an incredibly nice person.
Yes, she is.
And she's someone in her family or someone has the virus, so.
Yeah. I think I heard, and Murat, our colleague, unfortunately lost his father the other day.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Because I know she was very upset, and it was so I love I'm on the board of Aica International. I love most everybody. Right? I really enjoy the whole group. And
so it is. Sometimes I was able to join because originally I am coming from management background. And I was a management scholar, and I've been working the last 15 years on arts and cultural industries. So I know maybe Burcu, Osman, more than 15 years. They were friends from university, yeah. But it's always a very nice feeling and honor to meet people from Aica International. Always nice people. So you can.
It's funny because I live in Alaska, and Alaska is a state, but it's also it's a state what it wants to be. Otherwise, it's an independent country. So I identify more with the international group than with the Aica. I mean, than the Aica New York group. I think you know because Alaska tends to be you know, ornery. So I, you know, I'm so no, the group is, I've been with them for going on almost 4 years now in the Paris group, and it's a lot of fun. So, and I'm an art critic in Alaska. I'm one of the only art critics in Alaska. So it's been, I mean, I'm also a painter. I show my work in New York because most of the work, as you will see from my paper, is Native Alaskan up here now, pretty much exclusively. So I've shown my work in New York for, I don't know, probably 15 years. I've done everything backwards. I went, you know, I had children and stayed home, and then went back to grad school and you know, went back to a career, which was somewhat daunting because, you know, as a woman, people think an older woman is, you know, can't do that. So I sort of have broken, I guess, barriers. So anyway, Alaska does cover, well, the museum is very active. Of course, it just shut down again. So which is too bad because, you know, like everybody else, I've been scrambling to write this year. I've written a lot of national stuff and book reviews too, because every time it opens, it closes again.
Yeah.
So it's closing till the first of the year again. But they do a lot they have in the past done a lot with Scandinavia.
Yeah, the North, as you are mentioning in the abstract.
Right. So my real interest lately is in artists contextualizing climate change.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm finally gotten I presented that idea to Aica last year, and finally we have a group now in at Aica called the Envoys, which is now up to about 5 people. And since Biden got elected, hopefully he will actually show up, and Trump will go back to one of his many golf courses, right? Hopefully. But the interest in climate change is huge. I mean,
were you able to follow last Istanbul Biennial about Anthropocene?
No, the Istanbul. No, I haven't. I thought it was next year. Isn't it next year?
Yeah, it is next year. Yeah, last year the topic was very much related to climate change, to
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Is there something? I guess I can Google it.
I can share this stuff, the
afterwards.
Online stuff with you.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. So we have about there's about 5 people now on Aica International. So it's sort of my thing, as they say, to contextualize, to sort of focus on artists who contextualize climate change. So it's becoming, there's a lot of groups. So in addition to the art, I've spent time in the last 6 months since I've been home on webinars talking about the Arctic. And then branching out to the Arctic and the melting and what it's doing to the rest of the world. So
great. So I also would like to welcome Lucienne Garces.
Oh yes,
is with us.
Oh my goodness, it's time already.
Yeah, that's great. She's from Brazil, so various spots in the geography are represented. We are fine. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you? Thank you very much for all your attention in this event. I know it's not easy right now.
Yeah, it is not easy, but without your contributions, it wouldn't be possible. So even you are managing this time difference. I think it's very early in the morning in Brazil as well. So it's our honor to host.
It's 11 a.m. here, so we are fine.
Okay.
For Jean, it's much worse.
Right. So you must know. You must know Lisbeth.
Yes. Our president right now.
Right.
So I think it's time for us to start. We have also our panelists Ezgi and Gonca with us. And the organization committee let me know that Rose is going to join us as the final panelist here, who was not able to present yesterday in yesterday's session. So I'm also expecting that she's going to join us and share her work with us. So a very warm welcome from Istanbul to all of you. It's our last session in this international conference, and I'm very grateful to to our organization committee that I was also able to contribute to their marvelous efforts. So in our session, we are going to discuss a lot of different aspects, from visual arts to performing arts, from climate change, maybe to gender issues, as Arctic women are representing a certain gender group, and also body-related issues, some notions to cultural studies. And so I think it's going to be very, very interesting, and we are going to raise a lot of questions at the end of our session. So also respecting the time, so that you are present in our session right now. Without further ado, I would like to give the maybe first word to our colleague Jean Bundy from Alaska. And Jean is going to present on Arctic women artists contextualize climate change. So as she has just mentioned the recent interest in Aica in climate change group, I'm also a scholar working on SDGs and social innovations, very also interesting for me. I would like to give the first word to her. So we have around 20 minutes of presentation time, and we are going to collect the related questions at the end of our session. Thank you, Jean, and you have the word right now.
So, hi everybody. It's very early in Alaska, and I've never done a paper on Zoom before, so here goes. So, I'm on the board of Aica. Get the cat out of the way. I'm on the board of Aica, and my cat tends to like Zoom. I'm on the board of Aica, and one of the things we're interested in is artists who contextualize climate change, and we started a new group, Aica Envoys, which we have up to about 5 people. So here goes. My paper today is on Arctic women. Can everybody hear me? Is that okay? Arctic women artists contextualize climate change. Can you hear me? Is that okay? That's okay. Okay. So throughout 8 Arctic countries, 6 women artists living in the North contextualize global warming. Julie Reese relates, vast repercussions of global climate change are difficult to grasp, and individual artistic responses can effectively break it down to a more comprehensible scale. In the 18th century of the Captain Cook era, when exploration and desired acquisition of the Pacific Northwest was mapped and illustrated, it became evident that these locations had abundant flora, fauna, and minerals. Encountering the indigenous, who were often abused, was a resource for survival. Scientific research and financial gain presently, the Arctic is still sought after for fishing and mineral exploration, with the Northwest Passage a reality. It is becoming not only a political arena, but the bellwether for climate change.
Jean, a very short question.
Yes.
I think you have a presentation.
I have 6
visuals.
pictures that I gave to Faraj.
Okay, so that we are going to start sharing it, and you can let us know if you would like to change it.
I numbered them 1, 2, 3, but I'll tell you when to put them on. Just a minute, okay?
Okay, thank you.
For centuries, Arctic women not only were gatherers, procreators, but support staff to subsistent hunter men. Indigenous women adorned household goods, clothing, conveyances, and spiritual implementation with patterns they imagined or developed from nature. Today's aesthetically skilled Northern women have modern conveniences, allowing more time to make fine art still reflecting ancient craftsmanship. Descendants of Northern women and those who moved northward are interpreting the Arctic as ecological nurturers too. I have one more pair, then I'll put the pictures on. The North is not without ambiguities. University of Quebec's Daniel Chartier writes, Over the century, artists and writers of the Western world have imagined and represented the cold world. The North is still the product of a dual gaze from the outside and from the inside, with little consideration for the cultures. Aware of shrinking ice, outsiders, scientists, and artists now include tourists who want to experience the paradoxical North. Traveling, spending throughout the Arctic, including the purchase of regional art, bolsters local economies, but not without challenges. Trash and carbon footprints accumulate, with some admonishing the visitor altogether. Since the boom in local indigenous art, knockoffs, often made of plastic, have surfaced, adding to pollution. University of Lapland professors relate, in recent years, there have been a considerable growth of interest in traditional ethnic cultures and their changing implementation in design and architecture all over the world. In the current context of multiculturalism, growing interest in this Arctic culture has made it the subject matter of numerous studies, and among other things, increasingly often a source of artistic designerly borrowings. One culture appropriating another culture for remunerative purposes is a hot topic these days, especially when imitations can be manufactured cheaply. So here are my 6 examples, 6 presented. So the first one is Arctic Aesthetics, number 1, by Jean Detour. So I think Farhat was going to put them up. Did someone want to put them up? Oh, okay. Right. So, okay, so this one, I can't see it. Oh. Right, you want to just leave them up? You can leave them all. Can you still hear me? Is that okay? You can. All right, so the first one, number 1, the map, is from Iceland called Arctic Aesthetics. It's a hand-stitched painted cloth of 8 countries located in the Arctic Circle. Explaining, this is the, explaining she wanted to be involved with issues concerning the ecology. That's it. Thank you. Ecology of the planet. And to encourage engagement in the beauty of the Arctic, both physically and psychologically. This is ice from Iceland. Not mass produced by printing, this chart is a layering of needlecraft over a contemporary landscape. Most maps are shown from the vantage point of the equator, where notable historic travel, transportation, and colonial entrepreneurship occurred. Looking at the world from the top down disorient, but ultimately creates a greater sensitivity for this region and its importance to the rest of the globe in the light of accelerating melting. Referencing Alaska, beginning with Russian colonization and continuing under US ownership, white settlers established towns and businesses dismissing historical rights of indigenous populations. Scandinavia's history, like Alaska, is about Western intruders disrupting the semi-nomadic Sami lifestyle. In the late 19th century, the Norwegian government began appropriating Sami grazing lands deemed resource-rich and therefore economically viable. This resulted in culling reindeer herds, rationalizing there are too many per acre. However, attitudes are changing as indigenous groups are becoming appreciated for their acute understanding of nature's harmonies and balances. Northern women artists, through their aesthetic objectivity, help visualize the need for balance between appreciating landscape, wildlife, and inevitable 21st century development necessary when confronting the impact of global warming. So next slide is number 2, the shared woolen patterns. See how they put them on. Okay, so this is from Lapland. It actually was at a conference in 2019, Arctic Art Summit, which of course has been suspended and hopefully will be back. This depicts centuries of Scandinavian yarn spun for survival. Most Westerners buy knitted goods or knit recreationally. The professors explained the pieces were collected in collaboration with knitters around the Arctic who have shared their knowledge of their regional knitting traditions. Attached together, the pieces show similarities and differences between traditions. This work marries needed skills with regional pride of place and preservation of environments. However, sensitivity about when to appropriate Northern designs requires schooling. We propose an inclusive, content-sensitive approach to the values of a traditional culture that implies ornamental art studies to be conducted in a comprehensive manner within the framework of the general picture of traditional Northern culture while differentiating its specific regional varieties. Cultural manners taught will spill into everyday marketplaces. So the third, next slide. So this is from Norway, Julie Essen. This could actually be metaphorical or actual gateways. These are woven, drawn, painted, embroidered. They resemble nomadic Sami portable doors or just fiber art. Loosely hung, they beckon visitation while joining both outdoor and indoor spaces, connecting the ancient in the modern worlds that collide. Julie Essen spent 22 years helping her family herd reindeer, acquiring inspirational art materials along with oral histories from women workers who engaged in collecting, rinsing, cooking, drying, sorting, and packing. These unique experiences situate her project within Sami culture embedded in the seasonal cycles of reindeer. She writes, everything they needed, they got from reindeer. The skin is fine, soft, strong, and well suited for making clothing. Reindeer fur makes the world's warmest winter clothing, boots, thermal matting, and bedding. Antlers and bones were used to make tools and musical instruments. The tendons were used as sewing thread, and the stomach and bladder contain containers for milk, butter, and cheese. Reindeer meat was used fresh, dried, salted, and smoked. Selected animals carried large packs and pulled sleds that whole families could ride when moving from place to place. Julie Essen plays homage to these beasts of burden and survival, juxtaposing beauty with mortality while morphing animal detritus into contemporary works. She acknowledges the materials once part of a living animal are brought to life again in her art. So slide 3 is the from Alaska is the emaciated polar bear. There we go. So this is a professor at University of Alaska Anchorage, Alana DeRochi. And this is, she's very, her stuff is wonderful. Drags its starving body as it resists grasping for a final breath. She writes, my ceramic work brings attention to how my subjects exist as objects despite their animal landscape or domestic subject matter. This recreation of a once sentient being, now a hyper-realistic object, produces an unsettling encounter. Through transformation, the actual animal remains physical and oddly lives on, saving itself from the tragedy of being forgotten. According to W.J.T. Mitchell, the true found object never quite forgets where it came from, never quite believes in its elevation to spectacle and display. It remains humble to the end, a poor thing caught in the push-pull of desire and demand. DeRochi's objects are handmade copies of the genuine and therefore move beyond the mere found object, which further connect her art to the real beast. The polar bear, while being a wild Arctic animal, is cartooned in Coca-Cola advertisements, and now the poster child for the melting north. Michael Ann Hawley relates, in writing of art history, we have a loss without a lost object in which the object is both held onto and gone astray simultaneously. Durochi's stark ceramic rendering retains an aura as it emphasizes with pain and ultimate loss, not only for a true polar bear and its shrinking habitat, but for our loss as humans slipping away from that which is our place too. So number 5 is from Holland. So this is Ellis de Ven, Still Life on the Ice. Miss de Ven updates Caspar David Friedrich's Wander Above the Sea of Fog, subliminal romanticism with added absence. Dutch photographer de Ven traveled to Point Hope, Alaska, snapping the landscape along with the residents. She shares, over the years, I started to understand my immediate attraction to the community. When I land in Point Hope, time stops. My own culture is so driven by clock time, and it is a relief to be where nature dictates the rhythm of life. Western expansionism has threatened the community, taking land, taking whales, leaving nuclear waste, wanting more oil. I am amazed at how they respond as one living organism. And like a Hollywood romance, she returned 6 months later to be with Art Umatuk Jr. They now divide their time between Amsterdam and Point Hope, Alaska. Doven's art merges Dutch landscape with Dutch tropes, entrepreneurship, discovery, exploration, acquisition of material goods with Alaska Native tropes, family, working as community, and environmental stewardship. In Friedrich's painting, the coat wraps a gentleman who steadies himself with his cane as he looks out on to the subliminal churn. In Doven's photo, the cane is a long knife used to cut blubber, plunged haphazardly into ice, detached from its user who left his jacket. Michael Ann Hawley writes, absence is then deepened by time's distancing. Language makes vanish what it sought to preserve, the compelling visuality of the work of art. Fast forward 200 years and we encounter Doven's photo displaying tropes of absence, relying not only on verbiage or subliminal pizzazz, but directly upon the artist's design and imagery. Expansion beyond the Friedrich work encounters new loss while widening the narrative. A whale hunt, harvest, blood-soaked clothing, absence of owner. Environmental stewardship versus forbidding all whale killing moves beyond mere sublime as the viewer ponders absence of the whaler and whale. So the 6th one is the totem pole. This is Alaska, Southeast Alaska's, Panhandle, Alaska, actually, Alison Bremner is her totem pole. She contrasts with a 1949 photo of a female tourist thoughtlessly sitting on a totem pole. Professor Emily Hill writes, these structures are mortuary and memorial poles for the dead, heraldic poles that recall stories of clan history. Bremner is the Southeast Alaska Tlingit native artist and one of the few women to have carved a totem pole. Totem poles are oral histories, signposts of individual clans. The wood used grew in the Tongass National Forest, largest in the US, and in constant danger of being over-harvested. Bremner's totem pole stands for preservation of indigenous customs, revitalizing the Tlingit language and creating works for traditional and ceremonial use, as well as modernizing designs by women artists. In 1867 to 1883, Swedish navigator Adolf Nordenskjöld explored Greenland, encountering early Arctic pollution. He was puzzled by black powder floating in water holes situated in the ice. which would later be identified as coal dust, a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution, which precludes our climate change today. And from the Arctica Museum in Finland, the effects of global warming in the Arctic have an effect on the planet as a whole. These 6 northern artists represented embed climate change into their art as earthly custodials and aesthetic messengers. Okay, I'm done.
Jean, thank you very much for this.
Oh, you're welcome.
Very impressive artworks represented with Arctic women and a variety of expressions. So also respecting the time, I would like to give the word immediately to our second paper. I think it's co-authored by 2 of our colleagues from Brazil, Luciane Garces and Sandra Ramalho Oliveira. So I think, Luciane, you are going to make the presentation today.
Yes.
So it's an honor to welcome you, and like Jean, we thank you a lot for joining us in the very early hour in our last session. So your abstract is about maybe normal, new normal discussion. So Carlos adds as possible. Without further ado, I would like to give the word to you, Lucia.
I thank you. And also in the name of Sandra, we are writing together, and it's our honor to be in this event. I'm going to share my presentation. Okay. I hope you all can see that. And as for Jean, I sent you some private questions just not to bother the whole group. So if you can just see them later. And well, my presentation is about an artist, a Brazilian artist, a well-known Brazilian artist. And we chose him exactly for the, surreal events that we are living, when we can do everything as we can, as possible, because with the pandemics, it's not anymore how we want to do, it's how we can do. So thinking about possibilities, we brought this artist. We just opened an exhibition, online exhibition, and his work is very similar to this concept of as possible, as the pandemics brings this to us. So I'm starting with, this is the artist. So Carlos Aspe, his name, is a visual artist and art teacher. He's a Brazilian one. He works with drawing, printmaking, painting, installation. And in the 70s, he participated in very important exhibitions in Brazil, received some honors, like prizes for printing, among others, placing his works in some of the most important museums in the country. In 76, he started an important part of his career with the creation of an art collective. It was called Nervo Óptico, Optical Nerve, in the south of Brazil, along with other artists established in the Brazilian scene. They became a reference to Brazilian modern art also. The group worked until 1978 with several exhibitions in the period, and they left an important legacy in Brazilian art. So in 2016, the São Paulo Artistic Center or Cultural Center promoted an event in honor of the group for the 40 years of the Nervo Óptico, optical nerve in Brazil. And in 2019, last year, he was a guest artist at the International Biennial, an exhibition in honor of his 70th birthday. So just to mention a few of the significant participants in recent years, he was an honored artist here. On November 19, last week, we opened a virtual exhibition. It was called Carlos Aspe as possible at the Art Gallery Jandira Lawrence from the University of the State of Santa Catarina, which will be available online until April 5th, 2021, and was one of the main reasons for this paper. So Carlos Aspe, he comes in a virtual show how it's possible. Before the advent of technological media, the word virtual had, among other meanings, the word possible as a synonym, at least in Portuguese. But since then, the sense has been lost. This notion of virtual Aspe is the name of the artist, as it's possible then becomes as possible. Joining, as you can see, joining the words as we bring the title of the exhibition. But when looking at the image of the words, they also bring the as, which in English we know means how. Although there is always distrust in the adoption of Anglicism for Brazilians, whose official language is Portuguese, given the admitted admission of cultural domination, the fact is that in terms of words, we have gradually assimilated the language, also as a result of the technological revolution and the use of English in softwares, hardwares, and so on. Hence, the title of the exhibition, As Possible, results from the curatorial concept, because the expression allows other articulations of meaning. According to the theoricist Hans Ulrich Obrist, in his well-known and pioneering publication Curatorship, in an exhibition, the curators appropriate the possibilities of making relationships and associations of ideas, even from and with gestures, speaking without words, building a narrative through images individually, as well as the possible arrangements between all of them, between them and the physical space in which the works will be shown. Among other relationships resulting from the characteristics of what each exhibition wants to show. Then, with the pandemic, the question arises of the impossibility of the works dialoguing with the physical space, because one cannot call the public to appreciate it. The physical space, which is usually shown as heating the works, a house, a womb for the show, a packaging for art, becomes now impossible. Now, inscribed on the virtual plan, the art show takes on an aesthetic character, disconnected from spaces and even from temporality, whose references is concentrated on the identification data of each one. The experience changes. Every work comes with the same size, same light, the light and the shine of the PC monitor, and so on. So initially haunted by the challenge in this specific case, there was one more problem to deal with. The fact that Aspe is a wandering stroller creature, and like any nomad, he doesn't carry many things in his luggage. As a result, he doesn't keep works related to the different periods of his already long life, demanding a search and extensive research in different collections for the realization of a show. On the other hand, there is an advantage that the virtual show brings to present an image of a private collection or some institution. Its physical presence is not necessary and sometimes not possible, just a quality reproduction, we think. So the as possible meaning takes a lot of path. It goes beyond the title and the pandemics. In this sense, relating periods and their respective works, we identified in Carlos Aspe's artistic production an axis, a kind of a brand, that is, the possibility of making possible what is possible, what's available, and not the desirable or the expected. Hence, the curatorial concept of as possible expanded, caused by the limiting condition of the pandemics, but also reflective of the artist's path, resulting from different situations and with different intentions. In this way, we use the precarious material. Here we can see some of information that comes with the first notion of his precarious material. And so here comes with the reflective of the artist's path, reflecting from the situations and different intentions and precarious materials disposable available, that is, the material that's possible to gather, means that Carlos Aspe can be mentioned as a precursor of the contemporary art in Brazil. This is because his poetics, which is characterized by the use of materials that are in common sense, could be designated as garbage. He goes with charcoal, some of the most diverse pencils, and as a support, instructions for medicines boxes and cardboard packaging of tea, food in general, among other disposables. He makes artistic works reborn from them, boxes of all sizes being unfolded, planned, drawn inside out, painted, scribbled, written, and as the own artist says, art always offers the laboratory of the experiment. In his line with this thought about the relationship between art and the experimentation, that the artist surprises us with some unusual choices in the making of his works, placing as much emphasis on the cutout packaging when he takes advantage of the cutout shapes for the contours as in the engraving, in the historical formal technique. Through his adapted principle that of using any available material, any possible material, Aspe seeks to bring art closer to the common subject, not only to art connoisseurs, such artists, curators, art theorists, or critics, and he wants his work accessible to anyone who wants to approach it, approach the artist, approach the art. Likewise, he encourages any mortal to make art, he says. In an interview, when we talked to him, he said, "I do a job so simple that it is to show people that anyone can really be an art researcher, as long as he appropriates an idea and tries to realize it." According to one of the curators of the Exposition as Possible exhibition, Juliana Crispy, she's the curator with me, the artist's production goes through poetry, drawing, words, appropriation, reconfiguration. It also points to the landscape, the places, people, relationships, science, and scholarship, and unfolds the experience together with fiction. He works with everything that's possible. Aspe brings his everyday life to his works, as simple as that. Since the time of the group Optical Nerve, of which he was part, his art was an alternative in the way he could express his ideas. He was young, few resources. He started from what was possible. He made art as he could. And later, as a professor at the university, he worked together with the students, creating in the only teaching method in which he believed, which was together with the students. And with which material? With what was possible. Since it's a public and free university, and most of the students also did not have the resources to experiment with the sophisticated and expensive art materials available in the Brazilian market, which many of them are imported. Continuing to punctuate different moments of his life and stopping us in the moment when Carlos Aspe, the artist, suffered a serious health problem, a serious stroke, that initially left him with sequelae. He did not surrender to them. Even with motor and resource limitations to acquire materials, he produced once again as possible, and it was giving rise to the circles that were gradually diversifying supports, compositions, dimensions, colors. This is the series called Relational Fields, which is one that you are seeing here. Here appears a work where Aspe creates on the back of the medicine packages. The medications have been accompanying the artist ever since. From medication packaging to support for works of art, Aspe recycles his own history, his own problems, and transforms them into visual poetics. Aspe seems to us an heir to this tradition, being on the trail of this artist who tried, sometimes quite successfully, to popularize art through techniques that brought art closer to this audience, and also in the attempt to rescue a social reality forgotten in certain means. What Asp does by bringing the everyday object, remnants of his daily life as material for his poetics, where the artist does not even try to hide the glue of the packaging, as you can see in the left side of the figure, showing the gesture of the artist, disassembling the packaging and using it as a support. When commenting on the simple material he uses, he tells us an episode where he joins a travel experience to Chile with the material made available for the work in the unusual moment when this use becomes part of a larger, much larger project, which ended up developing and taking shape. The artist says, so I was using the package inserts and I was in Chile when an exhibition curator asked me for materials. I was using what I had. I was stamping the corks, the wine stoppers, with the wine stoppers from Chile, which is a great wine, the wine that I was drinking, experimenting there as a reproduction element of this circular shape. And they sent it to the exhibition. And that made me believe, well, now I can use both the package and the package insert. There is no more loss of material, recycled. I use the medicine bottles that I have to use, were silver aluminum inside with a dermatographic pencil, and I also draw, I write, I do everything with it. You know, I even use the wine stoppers, the cork. So the artist comes telling us that any material is available for him and he uses everything that life gives him. The black holes, which is how he's called, he calls these circles, are born. The circles that break out in his works grows in the process, and in a way, the circles appear as an attempt to organize his errant thinking. He always was a nomad, and after the stroke, his thinking is quite disorganized. So whether these colors are black, colorful, multicolored, the circles are Asp's brand, where perceive a guiding line in the artist's trajectory. The artist does not mind commenting on the simplicity of choices in his works. They are part of his poetic thinking, where everyday life is translated into images, whether they are drawn, painted, or in so many other expressions. He says he gives ideas of simple materials, which do not prevent him from even having bought pencils, imported materials, because they are much better manufactured, much better produced, but they scare the artists. He says he's scared by the sophistications, and the surfaces are poor. They are drawing papers, inverse of printed matter, medicine boxes, boxes of all kind of people can give me, boxes of food. So it doesn't match the imported materials, the pencils, the pens, the inks, and he needs the charcoal. He needs what everyday life gives him. In this work, we can see elements that are not always present. The artist joins the inside-out package, as you can see here, with the medicine leaflet, and we will use the medication indications, the words, as a graphic element and not as a narrative speech or caption. The letters, the words, they enter as a background for his circles, regardless of what the words mean. They are there as a landscape where the circles are organized, as you can see here, in red, white, and black. The black comes from the letters. His way of thinking and creating meets so many issues problematized in our contemporary times, such as the recycling of discarded materials, the reuse of objects and materials, consumption reduction, the indiscriminate use of medication with and without medical prescription, with and without pertinent information, the abandonment of simplicity in the life in the cities, the recycling of our ways of life, of thinking life. But also, Asp, the artist, also creates from the most established techniques in art history, as long as it's possible. And in these prints that you are seeing here, They were made during an invitation to an artistic residence where the studio provided the technique, material, and tools. So, since it was possible to create from serigraphy, the artist did not refuse the experience. He transferred his package inserts, his medical bills, to printing, to the technique, once again bringing medical information as a background for his circles, words as a graphic element and not as a text. In the artist's own words, anyone can become a researcher in art as long as there is an intention, a focus directed to that. Without a doubt, Carlos Aspe shows himself as an artist, theorist, educator, and researcher in art, creator of images that bring new uses and meanings to the everyday life with discarded and disposable objects. Not being able to continue in the engraving, the landscapes are transported, transposed to the bows once more, to the medication prescriptions. It started from the drawing pencils, dermatographic pencils, school color pencils, as you can see here, Aspe draws with as much material as possible. Now, in this moment of hiatus caused by the pandemics, we show his work as it's possible, virtual, distant, and closer to everyone, and it's true. We take his example as a guide because for Aspe, the difficulties and limitations never prevented him from moving forward. After all, he works as possible. Thank you very much. I hope I did not exceed the time.
No, thank you very much, Lucian, for keeping the time. We have started a couple of minutes later, and we're literally flourish our brain with that kind of, work product, very inclusive material. Also, the notions of research and terrorists in the same sentence that we sometimes neglect the nature of research and its disruptive nature. Thank you very much for that elaboration. I think we are going to raise a lot of questions related to that at the end of our session.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the word to our colleague Ezgi Ararat Cüceoğlu from Yıldız University. And her presentation is going to be on Stay Apart Together, online gatherings for art in self-isolation days. So maybe we are switching the focus to more performative area. So body-related area with the contribution of Ezgi. I would like to give the word to you, Ezgi.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share my screen right now. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm starting. Hello, everyone. I'm Ezgi Ararat Cüceoğlu. Before I start, I'd like to briefly introduce myself. I graduated from Hacettepe University, Faculty of Fine Arts, Department of Sculpture. I studied for my master's degree in Yıldız Technical University, Faculty of Art and Design. Currently, I am studying for a proficiency in art PhD program at the same faculty while working as a research assistant in the photograph and video program. The subject I worked on and will present in this conference is the photo series Stay Apart Together, produced by the photographer artist Spencer Tunick. He made this during the quarantine process caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The reason I focused on the Stay Apart Together series is because of my own research topics. The concepts of individual, the other, and privacy are related to Tunick's works. Because of the pandemic, he turned to capture the photos of naked people through video conference platforms while they are in their homes in the quarantine process, rather than doing this in public places. In my opinion, this brought new perspectives, new approaches to the concepts of privacy and publicity. That's why I was excited to examine his work and its production process. Let me briefly talk about the main topics I will cover in this presentation. Starting with Spencer Tunick and his artworks, I will go on with the phenomenon of public nudity. Next, I will talk about the mass nude photo shoots and the installations staged in public spaces. Then with reference to the issue of nudity in public space. And I will focus and elaborate on the Stay Apart Together series, which he produced in the most difficult times of the pandemic process and the collectivity created by this artwork. I think that this is a very interesting example of art in self-isolated times. As you can imagine, because of COVID-19, Spencer Tunick had to postpone, delay, even cancel his projects in which he planned to bring hundreds, maybe thousands of people, naked people, together in public places for mass photo shoots. This pushed Tunick to try different methods. He took advantage of technology, brought together many people from all around the world, through internet and did another nude project. This is how Stay Apart Together series came to be. I will come to that later on this presentation. In this context, I think that the Stay Apart Together series enable us to examine the effects of the collectivism between individuals in context of pandemic and art in this difficult process that the world is going through. I'd like to shortly introduce Spencer Tunick. He was born in 1967 in New York. He still lives and works in Brooklyn. He has been creating artwork for more than 25 years. He did more than 125 nude installations in more than 30 countries. Over 70 of them are large scale. He has shot many iconic photos. He even got arrested a couple of times because of his works. It can be said that Spencer Tunick questions the position of the body in the public sphere by bringing together thousands of naked people. Spencer Tunick describes his work as human installation. For him, the nude body is like a raw material. This is his saying, actually. He staged many installations on the nudity of the human body and its appearance in public places, and photographed many nude participants. The human body and nudity are an integral part of his art. Here you can see the installation Tunick did in 2007 in Mexico with the participation of more than 18,000 people. This is the largest installation he did up to that day. In this photograph, naked bodies are at the center of Mexico's public buildings, representing local government, administration, and religious affairs. In other words, the control models of power. I think the place he has chosen tells a lot about what he wanted to criticize. Despite the fact that nudity in public is considered shameful according to social norms, it becomes almost casual in Tunick's works when thousands of people participate for the mass nude shooting in public places. And he has also made installations in natural environments such as forests and beaches, but most of his works are in public spaces of cities. I think that Tunick emphasizes the relationship between nudity and publicity and focuses on the aesthetic results of the union of body and environment. As he clarified by saying, my work is getting new people as close as possible to form and abstraction. In his works, the image of naked bodies seems to turn into an abstract pattern, a photograph of texture. Here, naked bodies do not underline sexuality. They become abstract. In my opinion, these photographs, these works reshape the perspective towards the other's nudity and privacy. That's why the use of naked bodies in Tunik's works differs from pornography. In fact, Tunik criticizes gender politics, environmental pollution, or social stereotypes, and prejudice with the naked bodies he uses in his installations in public spaces. Another of his sayings, I want to form shapes and abstractions with bodies. The human body is an indicator of sexuality and privacy. I think that these works challenge the social norm of being naked only in private areas and places the participants with other naked people whom they never know. I think that by doing this, naked people becomes the objects of both art and public spaces. And he said this about his artistic approach. I'm trying to create flash architecture. I aim to get a sculptural feel for groups of bodies, as well as create performance art. It can be said that these works, rather than admired only as photographs, are striking examples in terms of being performances with thousands of volunteering participants. All of his volunteers are photographed naked and happy to be a part of the collective experience. Now let's start with the Stay Apart Together series, the main topic of the presentation. First, I'd like to tell you how it all got started, how Tunik thought of taking his work from public places to digital platforms. In early 2020, Tunik had a planned mass nude shoot in Australia. He was going to fill up the Brisbane airport with 2,000 naked people, but because of COVID, the project got canceled. Then he started to think of ways to somehow continue his work, and with the help of his friend Alonso Gorospe, who is the creator of the series, the idea of online platforms came up. At that point, Spencer Tunick decided to continue his work in online platforms and started to look for participants. People from all around the world took interest in this idea of Spencer Tunick, and many people applied to take part in it. And he worked with both males and females of all ages and ethnicity. In Stay Apart Together, Spencer Tunick brought together volunteering people through video conference platforms, people who are in lockdown or isolation and unable to go out. He took photos of people naked in their homes. Rather than using his camera, he captured the movements with the screenshot feature of his computer. As Tunick says in one of his interviews, people still want to be part of art, and the body still resonates even in these times of isolation and being quarantined. He also said that video conferencing platforms were the perfect place to do work with people from all over the world. Here are some photos of Stay Apart Together that are published on his Instagram page. By the way, these photos are censored versions, but the ones that are exhibited are not censored. Anyway, an important note about this photo is that all participants have masks. They all are in their home and do not need to wear masks for protection, but Spencer Tunick got them to wear it, and this is something to think about, I guess. And Tunick directs the participants to form their bodies and guides them to pose through the video conference. He asks them to pose similarly, aiming to create a feeling of unison, even though people are far away from each other, even in different countries. Spencer Tunick aims to connect people through art in a time that people need connection the most. In Stay Apart Together, Spencer Tunick usually took screenshots formed by a different number of people. There are some photos containing 2 people. These are some of them. By the way, the University of South Florida Contemporary Art Museum did its first major artificial art exhibition. This online exhibition is called Life During Wartime, Art in the Age of Coronavirus. Photos from Stay Apart Together series are exhibited in this exhibition. You can visit it until 12th of December this year. Let's go on with the photos. These 2 women are nurses. Even some nurses who works in the pandemic section of their hospitals participated to Stay Apart Together. I guess this proves the point that people still want to participate in art despite COVID-19 pandemic. Some participants are people who suffered and recovered from COVID-19. Another interesting and important part of Stay Apart Together is that photos contain personal belongings. This is important because personal belonging represent a different part of privacy than naked bodies. Tunick encouraged the participant to choose these objects themselves. Some people in lockdown or in isolation were absence of physical contact. In my opinion, with Stay Apart Together, Tunick tried to compel that absence. A participant of Stay Apart Together named Sarah Gonzalez said that this project is a visual reminder that even isolation can be an act of love. We can say that Spencer Tunick healed the participants in a way while also healing himself with Stay Apart Together. It may have been a method to get away from the COVID-19 pandemic, the thought of being sick and being under quarantine. While Tunick directs the participants, telling them how to pose for about 20 minutes. People interact with each other. People pose in their own bedrooms, living rooms, homes, their most private spaces. And this is another photo from the series. And also, he describes his photos from the Stay Apart Together series like mosaics, even like stained glass. I personally think that this is an impressive and powerful description. To briefly summarize, in this project, the participants activate their creativity. It is possible to say that being a part of this project is giving them an innovative perspective on the difficult quarantine process. And it is possible to say that Spencer Tunick puts the concept of privacy and the potential power that comes with the concept at the center of his work. This time, not only privacy of body, but also privacy of people's homes and objects. But the emphasis on privacy in Stay Apart Together is different as the naked bodies that are being shot in a private place with their private belongings rather than a public place. The fact that the rooms and furnishings that appear together with naked bodies in this series reveals much more about the concepts of privacy. In this sense, the emphasis on subjectivity is also very strong. Not only the participants, but everyone who looks at this photo series can learn lots of things about where the other person experiences the pandemic process, what kind of house and items or furnitures they have, and connect with them. The coexistence, the connection, or the union that emerged in this project in the context of life and art is quite impressive. And I end my presentation by saying that this work is an important example of unifying and healing power of art regarding the relationship between COVID-19 and art. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ezgi. That was a maybe most natural human side that we have experienced during this pandemic time. And, you know, the intervention of public and private space, how we are defining it right now, is quite essential for our further discussion. Thank you for elaborating more on that issue. So I would like to continue with our fourth speaker, Gonca Katman, our colleague from Yeni Yüzyıl University. Gonca is elaborate more on the performative side, theater in the pandemic period, reading theater as an alternative performance. She's going to share her insights, thoughts with us. Please, Gonca, you have the word.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. First, I want to tell you that I'm delighted to be here. Actually, I didn't need to prepare a slide presentation, PowerPoint presentation for this work, but I thought it was a good idea to share some of the images I have at the end of the presentation. Today I will talk to you about the reading theater, which I think is a contemporary performance, which is performed only online in different formats, especially during the pandemic period. COVID-19 disturbingly affected the artists and the artist production. Of course, the struggle the artists had to wage to overcome this effect was the most economical. Tours and festivals were cancelled. All theater organizations compulsorily followed a policy of downsizing. Surely, in this process, the state and local governments subsidized tax reductions and stage allocations came to the fore. Although some theaters have been supported with these economical aids, the overall economic damage caused by the pandemic is still going on. And many private theaters were closed, as I told before, such as Küçük Sahne, Galata Perform, Toy Istanbul, and Öykü Sahne, such as Kumbaracı 50, Kadıköy Emek, and Kadıköy Tiyatron are seeking support in order not to be shut down. Apart from these, many teams are trying to survive with debts or small incomes. The situation is not different in the world. The teams disbanded, some successful projects were shelved, and development was officially paused. Theaters, in order to keep active interest and curiosity on the audience, published their old records. After some restrictions on social life, like curfew, permanent theaters all around the world, including Turkey, made their records accessible for some time. Although online streams and theater recordings cannot replace a live performance, it has become an important domestic event for art lovers who were imprisoned at home during the pandemic, excited the audience about theater and slightly improved the current negative situation. Perhaps another contribution of these shares was to bring the importance of archive tradition for theaters to the agenda again. In contrast, many theaters in Turkey, which have the absence of archival records or low due to the lack of professional recording and image quality, did not manage even meet the audience. On the other hand, in the archive recordings of the teams, such as the National Theatre, Şahbühne, Gorki Theatre, the Metropolitan Opera, there is a shooting planning in accordance with the form of content of the play, as well as a new and cinematographic editing performed by professional teams and equipment, both in their TV broadcasting and archiving works. It has emerged that archive studies should be started urgently, both in terms of theater history and in order to preserve the work of artists and the value of the artwork, but under such extraordinary conditions. After sharing the archive, the actors and actresses started to organize online talks and evaluate their situation, support each other, and address their audience. These interviews, which are mostly carried out on Instagram and YouTube, have become more organized and detailed in the process and turn into webinars. Instagram and Facebook have become a global stage in this process. In Instagram and Facebook, terms such as digital performance, Zoom plays, Podacto, ear theater are used to classify performances on the internet with different purposes of styles. Because of the pandemic, theater and performance artists were shut down at home, but it ensured that artwork was more in demand than ever before and exceeded the time and space constraints. And I want to tell you about Map to Utopia. Map to Utopia, which premiered at the Aica Theater Festival and co-produced by Platform Theater and Fringe Ensemble from Bonn, created a participation-oriented virtual theater experience both via Zoom and application they developed. This is a good example of the type called gamified drama or applied drama, as well as combining technological possibilities and theatrical elements. But yet, none of these terms and performance variants offered a new aesthetic idea for that fully exploited digital possibilities. Virtual environments were used as a tool to provide access to performance. On the other hand, the reading theater has laid a very suitable basis for online performances in terms of its working principle. It has been discovered as a form that offers new aesthetic possibilities to the artist beyond the purpose of reaching the audience. It has now even been transformed into a reading series in Instagram and Facebook. It seems that the act of reading and the text are evolving into a staging strategy that reintegrates the narrative, performance, and the audience with their materiality on the stage in contemporary staging even after the pandemic. The term reading play, closed drama or Lesestück in German, is explained as plays written without paying attention to stage recurrements and stage technique. However, reading theater has established a unique structure today and has become a new performance form. Reading theater, which are mostly performed in the form of reading theatrical text to an audience by predetermined people or actors in the area designed as a stage, accompanied by minimal costumes and accessories with appropriate emphasis and intonation for the text, are named with different terms according to their purpose and style. Bill Bonham, the founding member and president of the Open Book, New York's first professional reading theaters, defines it as a creative, fluid art form that is present in the text of the author, that supports active visualization and intellectual participation of the audience, focused on experience, presenting all types of literature. And there are two forms of reading theater in which is commonly performed. One of them is stage reading theater, mise en espace in French. The other is play reading, mise en lecture in French. The text handled in stage reading is shaped on the stage with a minimal acting technique. Though the player does the reading with the text in his hand or her hand, there is a certain direction, movement pattern, and minimal physical communication between the actors. In play reading, readers mostly voice the text in front of them, in front of the audience, with special emphasis, intonation, and gestures. In some performances, the audience is included in reading. Most play readings have a presenter or narrator. This narrator starts the performance by explaining the text, the author, the theme, and the purpose of the reading. At the end of the performance, they become a manager in a discussion about the play. In this respect, the reading theater assumes the feature of being a performance that is open to interpretation of the play text, that belongs to the present and that engages creativity and imagination and belongs to what is there now. Moreover, monologues text written in the stream of consciousness technique and novels can also participate in the performance in the form of reading theater, not only play readings. Reading theater is to suggest the physical elements of the text read. The creativity of the audience is stimulated through this suggestion. We can list the main purposes that cause play readings to become widespread today as follows. First, pedagogical orientation. Second, meeting of new texts and new authors with the audience. Third, meeting foreign authors from different countries with the local audience. Fourth, review of the works that are different from the art understanding of the period, but worth to be examined in terms of the subject that dealt with. Fifth, it's economically advantageous. Of course, reading theater practices combine with the aim of shedding light on daily life, opening current social issues to discussion and creating a social awareness. Before the pandemic in Turkey, Istanbul City Theatres, Bakırköy, and Kocaeli Municipal Theatres have been a good alternative to meet the different expectations of the local audience, especially while enabling young actors and to gain experience in the profession. Galata Perform, Biriken, Tiyatro Boyalı Kış, Tiyatro Pera, Kumbaracı 50, Tiyatro Pangar, Moda Sahnesi are leading private theaters that perform the reading theater. I want to tell Galata performs play readings by creating a universal discussion environment for plays from different cultures, but while making the proposal of current texts written within the scope of the New Text New Theater Festival and collaborating with the new writers in Europe. And Tiyatro Boyalı Kuş, in addition to plays, they have staged with feminist dramaturgy, threads reading theater as a performance type that will express the voice of the others beyond the patriarchal mechanism. It reopens its reflections in the text written before Republic for discussion. The reading theater provides performativity with the act of reading by making the text the main element of the scheme, creates a distinctive plurality and a creative process specific to that moment. In his book, The Act of Reading, Wolfgang Aizer emphasized that reading is a process of action that brings together meaning. The reading is the person who undertakes the action and the reaction during reading. And in this sense, the act of reading gains a performative quality. Reading transforms written symbols into a physical movement when it is read. This movement involves from the expression of symbols to the reaction, to the recreation of the symbols. Sound creates physicalness, and physicalness creates the performance. Today, in the postmodern era, where theater questions its own tools, theatrical tools are cut off from their upper meanings. Staging factors take place on the stage independently of all causal networks. The elements on the stage can only be perceived self-referentially. Materiality in a self-referential situation does not serve as a sign for corresponding to what is shown. It is already in the materiality shown. Reading theater should be perceived as a postmodern performance, as a form that carries the next text to the stage with its own materiality. The text ceases to be an element that creates the illusion and turns into an element that emphasizes and reveals theatricality. In the 19th century, the difference between subject-object, reality fiction, content form has disappeared. Subject and object change place in reading theater. That text may be both an object and a subject. The narrative and action level are mixed together. The text turns into an experimental process between the actor and the audience. As a matter of fact, the meaning of calling, inviting the etymological origin of reading finds its correspondence on the stage. It would be correct to mention Umberto Eco's Oppenwerk here. Also, in the postmodern period, the boundaries between disciplines have become blurred. It's no longer possible to define the boundaries precisely. This interdisciplinary quality has become more pronounced with the use of the online environment during the pandemic period, of course. The reading, text reading allows for improvisation by making the dramatic material of the text part of the performance. However, the actor and the actresses create a depth that the audience can identify with, but can easily observe with an external eye when they do not want it. And they have to keep this depth in balance. In the event that the actor could not settle in the center, the text took the place of the actor and or actress, taking a new position in the performance as the actor's or reader's co-star. Although it's not precisely because of these aesthetic possibilities that the reading theater has suddenly become widespread on online platforms during the pandemic period, it's possible to say that new simple works realize these opportunities and use them for their own purposes. Reading theater offers to the artist a creative universe as well. It also helps them reveal postponed individuality in daily life. The text does not state the audience to a certain point in performative readings. So how did online readings drive this expansion? The basic composition of the theater genre is physical and social interaction, of course. The situation clearly makes it difficult for the actors to adapt to the new normal. A new dimension was added to the relationship between the text and the audience with the interviews with writers on Instagram and Facebook. Special texts were written for the reading theater about the pandemic period. The dialogues in the text have been editing, considering that the online platform does not allow players to interrupt each other. Fantastic text could also be performed as a reading theater, and different digital possibilities and possibilities of the performer in the home were included in the reading. For example, the fantastic elements in the play She Kills Monsters, which is written by Kyu Nguyen, were prepared in the application called Snapchat and participated in the performance. A student in this performance included his brother and his cat in his performance. Another dimension of these readings, which adapt to their new spaces by overcoming the patterns of the classical stage, is that they offer an alternative way to those who have physical difficulties and theaters in economical difficulties. Digital reading performances addressed auditory and visual perception one after the other. The acts that will affect this perception and in an incoherent form far from the expectation of reality. The audience begins to perceive it without needing to identify with the text, to be aware of the distance between them. In the digital reading theater, the actors can participate in the platform from different countries or cities together with different user accounts. Thus, online meeting programs turn into performative spaces. The performance artist performs in a transferential instrumental space, abstracting from the real space he or she is in. In this sense, online performances are just experiments due to their relationship with the space. Digital reading performances detach the audience from the reality of daily life and create an instant awareness of this reality. Of course, this awareness is made possible by the effort of the subject, as in Lukács' theory of catharsis. The subject participates in performance without stripping off their own choice. The theater of reading theater has provided an aesthetic view to vital issues in a restricted environment and has become a live performance that makes it possible to examine that moment in a difficult period such as the pandemic. And light and sound effects continue to be effective in virtual readings. In addition, in the reading theater, not a single text, but more than one text associated or unrelated to each other become performant. On the other hand, theater groups can come together more comfortably with different artists they want to work with. Also, the audience of each theater can expand surprisingly in digital performances. The audience can be reached well above the capacity of most stages. The reading theater ensured that the classical texts were also reconsidered in this process, and in line with the orientation of the artists and teams, it enabled them to perform aesthetic production on the text they could not produce. Also, during the pandemic, digital readings have become a source of income for playwrights in Europe and USA. Some of the theater companies paid for the new text for play reading. Best example is playathome.org. A short and effective text was written and shared this website. Disadvantages. And however, besides the advantages of digital reading performances, there are also some disadvantages. Of course, technical problems come first. Performance can be subject to small interruptions and obstacles due to internet or devices. The players have to arrange his or her performance according to the angle of view of the device camera connected to the online platform, take this view angle into account in improvisations, and naturalize external factors in the area they are in. The action is minimized across the screen. However, every little action has a bigger impact. Moreover, the actor cannot feel the breath of the audience during the performance as in the theater stage. The only place they can access them in the image and the camera that falls on the screen. Another disadvantage is that everyone can perform these performances in a free and accessible environment, and it's not believed that reading theater is an art product to be charged. Charged is not settled. In order for online platforms to work properly, very long meetings are not preferred. In fact, this decrease in the duration of performance has pushed the teams to prepare more frequently reading performance, and reading are organized weekly by most teams. But basically, the act of reading becomes a performance that enables the interaction of the actor and the audience and transform the perception of reality, revealing the discourse of the text by accepting that it is a text. And I can give the examples from Europe and USA. It's impossible to list all companies here, but some outstanding readings in abroad to link these following things. Schaubuchne, the mainline theatre, Stories on Stage, Open Book, Pittsburgh Public Theatre, Tasa Online in Australia, Sydney Theatre Company, Torrens Theatre Company, zoomtheatre.com, from Turkey, Bilkent Üniversitesi Tiyatro Theater, Yapı Kredi Kültür Sanat İstanbul Edebiyat Evi, Tiyatrolog TV, Theater Journal, Play Readings with Ruteba Doğan. In the end, the act of reading has taken its place on the stage and in production plays since it's become popular. Some modern directors have put the act of reading into a theater show as a postmodern theatrical element by introducing a new play fiction about the reading of the play or literary text. Examples include Rimini Protocols, Das Kapital, Shishi Pop, Seven Sisters, and Das Testament. Thomas Ostermeyer's Returning to Rhymes, and Katie Mitchell's Orlando. In these plays, the act of reading text was used on stage in fiction. The act of reading goes beyond being a theatrical form on its own and becomes a part of contemporary postmodern theatrical aesthetic by combining with technology and classical strategies. The use of technological possibilities in addition to the act of reading in this place shows that today's compulsorily interdisciplinary thinking in theater has an aesthetic equivalent. As a matter of fact, the main purpose of online theater was to get excited concept about an interactive theater and to keep the audience's interest in theater alive. No virtual performances was created to replace live performances in person. These alternatives were created to be applied during the pandemic with the desire to return to the old normal in short time. However, new perspectives on the experience, knowledge, and theatrical elements gained in this process will find their place in contemporary stage after the pandemic. Therefore, I think this process will expand the communication between the artwork and the receiver, the perception of reality, and the limits of the performance. As a result, in performing arts, it's obviously that we are not finished with literary text yet. The historical process has provided us with a condition that this time will carry the connection between the actor's body and the text to a new point, and the actors once again try to bring an alternative view of the conditions and common understanding. We will see the effectiveness of reading in the digital environment and how it uses aesthetic possibilities in the upcoming periods. And we need to wait a little longer to analyze this, I think. Artists can currently only focus on specific benefits of our apps. The thoughts on the creative uses of the act of reading will come for more often on next days. I think we will be able to see the big picture later as the recording process. This is just part of my work. I will include explanations of examples and determinations about the act of reading and the materiality of the text in the stage. Thank you for listening. I can share my pictures if we have time.
Gonca, unfortunately, we are very short of time, and we have our final presenter ready. So I thank you for your presentation. I can kindly advise you to maybe share some of the examples that you have mentioned in the chat box with our audiences, since we didn't have a presentation. For panelists and attendees, it might be very insightful, all the examples from international and national Turkish examples that you have mentioned. And I hope that we are going to have some time at the end for more questions to you as well. Thank you very much. We are also very lucky that we can cover almost all time zones in our session. I think Rose is joining us from Australia, if I'm not wrong.
California. Thanks, Koke.
Yeah. So I think yesterday there was a kind of technical problem that we were able to overcome today. And Rose Vickers has joined our session as well as the presenter with the topic of Tropic, the ruin and tools for change. Without further ado, I would like to give the mic to you, Rose.
Great, thank you so much, Koke. So, hi everyone, and thank you for joining. My name is Rose Vickers, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Sydney in Australia. Right now I'm in California. So today I'll be presenting a paper which is called The Ruin and Tools for Change. And before I begin, I would like to acknowledge and pay respect to the Kawiya people, the traditional owners and custodians of the ancestral land on which this presentation takes place. So I have to admit that when I read the theme of this conference, Art in the Time of the Pandemic, I was a little confounded. I'm an art writer and an art historian, and I've been thinking mainly about the subject of ruin theory for the last few years. So initially, I didn't feel like I was qualified to really say very much about the pandemic. But then it occurred to me that the very form of this conference is a unique opening to think a little bit differently about the nature of connection at a time when a lot of us are really just hanging out on our own. Right now, we're coming together over Zoom to discuss not just the pandemic, but also art history. And this is a task which is very disparate, but also closely tied. It's temporally disconnected, so we're experiencing it in different time zones, and it will appear as an archive at a later point on the internet. But at the same time, it's conceptually and thematically connected. And because the history of ruins contains a rich tapestry of ideas about connection and disconnection, this really resonated with me. So essentially, my presentation is about that one thing: chronologically disparate moments in art history and the ideas that bind them, with ruin as a kind of glue throughout in the form of a metaphor or motif. So this presentation begins with ruin in the period of neoclassicism, which is the 18th century Enlightenment period that continued into the first stages of the 19th century throughout America and Europe. And at this point in human history, ruins were perceived to be objects for enjoyment and thoughtful contemplation, as